Hi, welcome to this first new part in a series from SimplyMaya. And in this series, we're going to look at the creation of this style of room. Now, this was something I kind of modeled together very quickly and then rendered out a while back. So I thought it'd be interesting to do a tutorial about getting a shot like this. And I wanted to start out from the basics, really. I wanted this to be accessible to people who hadn't used Maya for that long. So to that end, we start with the basic creation of the room. And then we come in and we're actually going to make every piece of furniture you can see here. So we're going to go from something that's quite simple, like this bed, down to this kind of coffee table design with some fancy legs, over to stuff like this, which has got, quite a bit more detailing on it, sort of fancier doodads. Things like the legs are cut properly into an L shape so you can get the foot resting on, the bottom planks resting on. When it's rendered, it just makes a difference to have the geometry like so. So we're going to go through techniques for quickly creating furniture for ArcViz. We're also going to look at the more mundane stuff, stuff that's easy to overlook but makes a big difference to a shot, like the skirting board, for instance. So I'm going to show you how to create all manner of skirting boards, covings, chair rails, and stuff like that. We'll also be creating various sundry things like door frames, window frames, wood paneling for walls and stuff that's not here. Towards the end of the tutorial, I'm going to use a program called Marvelous Designer, which you can actually get free for 30 days, I believe, and they also have a rental agreement, so you can actually rent the software. I think it's $39.99 a month, and it's well worth it if you're going to be doing any ArcViz that includes cloth. It really simplifies and speeds up the workflow. So with that in mind, we'll look at creating proxy objects for simulating cloth on, and then we'll actually simulate the cloth. So we'll be making stuff like these cloth chairs, this settee, this chair, and complicated drapery, as you can see behind you. Now obviously this is just in the viewport, so you're not really getting the full effect, especially as this cloth looks a bit jaggedy, but I can assure you it's smooth at render time. So that's basically what we're doing in this tutorial. We're going to start from a very basic shape, and we're going to move on and create basically a simple piece of furniture, a medium piece of furniture if you like, and then a more complicated piece of furniture. Now all of this is attainable by someone who's just started in Maya. I do go quite quickly through some of the stuff, but you should definitely be able to follow along. I'm going to start out slow and get faster as we move along. So I'm going to open a new scene and we'll get on with building the basic room shape. Now, as I probably mentioned, I took the inspiration for this from this shot that I created a while ago. So we're actually going to model the room to the same sort of dimensions that this one is modeled to. So for that, I'm going to bring in my image plane. So I'm going to just go to polygons and bring in an image plane. Okay, so I just want to get you to see how simple something like this floor plane would be. I'm going to take away some subdivisions. Okay, and assign a new material. Lambert. I'm going to come up here and just add a file texture into the color. And these are some of the textures I used in this tutorial. So you can see we're creating this style of wall paneling. This is the leg from our coffee table. These are the profiles I used to create various different skirting boards. So here I have a floor plan that I drew up in Photoshop. As you can see, very simple. And this will be the two rooms that are here. So this one is the main room and this one is the back room with those couches and lamp in. Alright, so it really is that simple. Now, the technique I'm going to show you for this can be applied to a simple floor plan like this. It can also be applied to a much more complicated floor plan. Okay, but before we go any further, for those of you who are perhaps a bit newer to Maya than others, there's a couple of things that I want to show you that I always do before I start a new project. And one of those is to assign a new project. So bring up project window, and I'm going to click new, and I'm going to call this new room T for tutorial. Okay, when I accept, there'll be a folder in my Z drive, which is my network drive, created that will have all these subdirectories in it. So it just keeps all your stuff nice and organized. So accept that. And then you may have to go to set project, and here's some of my working junk that I normally keep in this drive. new room T, and there's all the directories I was talking about, and set. So that's now set us in this project, which means if I go File, Save As, I'll be in New Room Tutorial Scenes. Okay, and I can quickly flick through any of the other directories within this workspace. Alright, so that's one thing. The other thing is, during this tutorial, I'll be using the marking menus quite a bit. So if you see this sort of menu come up, then what I've done is, this sort of menu come up, then what I've done is press Shift and the right mouse button. Okay, so I normally do that for inserting edge loops and stuff like this. It's just a really quick way to get to your tools. The other thing I use quite a lot is the hotbox, which if you see this come up, that's the spacebar. And this basically recreates all these menus up here without the need to constantly flick backwards and forwards between all the submenus. So for instance, if I wanted to use a deformer, I would have to go to the animation menu, create deformers, and then go there. If I then wanted to maybe edit a polygon mesh, so if I wanted to, let's say, use the split poly tool, I'd have to go to polygons, edit mesh, interactive split tool, and there I have the interactive split tool. So I just find using the marking menus like this, split, interactive split tool, it's a much faster way of doing it. Now the other thing I tend to use a bit are these shelves. So under polygons, these will be for creating your polygons and creating your deformers, various animation things. So, you know, it would be nice if we can make our own, and in fact in Maya we can. So just come here and put new shelf, and we'll just call this one tutorial. Okay, and that gives us a totally empty shelf. So I'm going to throw a few modeling tools on here that we use all the time, and to do this I just need to select the modeling tool I want, let's say extrude, press Ctrl Shift and just left click, and it just appears there on the shelf. So now if I wanted to extrude this piece, I just select a face from it, let's say, and click extrude. So just another way to access your tool set. Okay, so you can put whatever you want on here. I'm just going to bung a few common ones on to get you started. So bridge we use quite a bit. Interactive split tool we'll use. Insert edge loop, of course, very important tool. Merge vertex we'll do quite a bit, so just merge in this instance. And bevel, where have you gone? There we go. And center pivot, which is something we use quite a bit. So that's under modify, center pivot. Now as you go through this tutorial, you'll pick up more and more tools. So, you know, whatever you want to put up there, put up there. Okay, and now without any further ado, I can see from my reference that we're about 10 meters here, and I believe this was 12 meters, but as this image is square, obviously I'll just set it all to 12 meters because it will be in the right aspect still. So let's come in here and let's go under the channel box, and here's the scale, and this at the moment is actually 47 centimeters. So let's make that sort of 12. Let's see, that would be 1 meter 20. Yep, there we go. Okay, so make that 1200 in X and 1200 in Z. Okay, now we should be about the right scale. So I can get on with modeling this, and as I said, I'm going to show you a quick technique that should work with pretty much any floor plan. So at the moment this is selectable as well. So when I lay down a polyplane on this and we start to model with it, we're constantly going to be selecting the background by accident. So if we come in to where it says display under the channel box, make sure we have this selected and click create new layer and add selected objects. I can then click this through until it's at R, which means reference. It just means I cannot select this no matter what I do. Okay, so before I do that, because it's lying at the exact origin of the grid, I'll just push it down a little bit so it doesn't interfere with anything, and then I'll flick it to R. Okay, now at this point I'm going to model this room out of one polygon plane. So let's just scale this polygon plane until it's about correct to our reference, and it's got too much geometry on it, so let's come down and reduce its subdivisions. Let's grab its vertex here and just push those up like so. Now we can't really see what's going on, and that's getting a little tearing. So object mode, and up we go. So this is not much good as a blueprint at the moment if you can't see through it. So we can go to shading, X-ray, like so, and then we'll be able to see through it. And to do something like this, it's probably always better to use sort of the top view, which is untextured at the moment. So press 6 and you should get a textured top view. There we go. Alright, so I can select my plane and again X-ray. Alright, now I can come in, vertex, select them, shove them in approximately right. Now obviously when you do this, and I do this throughout the tutorial, you can zoom in and make sure you're spaced exactly right. But for me, I just knocked this floor plan up in Photoshop for the original room, so it doesn't have to be 100% accurate, a centimetre here or there. It's really not going to make any difference. Now I need to make these walls, so to do that, let's go to our tutorial shelf and let's use the Insert Edge Loop tool. So we've got one edge loop there to make this wall, one here to make this one. Okay, now we're going to need one here, and finally one here. And that's pretty much all of our walls made, except for this one. Now I notice it. There we go. Okay, so it really was that simple, but if we look in the foreview, it's still pretty flat. If we look in the perspective view, sorry, it's still pretty flat. It's not really doing a lot. So let's turn the shading back from X-ray to normal. And I'm going to jump into object mode. And you see that our mouse pointer has changed. It's because it's still on the split poly tool. So if I was to click somewhere now, I'd actually add a line. So to get it off and go back to the selection tool, press Q. Okay, so now we've got this base shape. Let's take these faces. And I'm just clicking them round like so. Okay, and now all I do is extrude these upwards to form the wall. Okay, so I'll click here, I'll extrude on our shelf, and up we go. Really is that simple. Now this room is about 2.70 meters tall, I seem to remember. So if we go into the foreview, there's a really easy way to measure stuff like this. We just create measure tools, distance tool, and I'll click at the bottom of the house and at the top and see how tall we are. Okay, we're actually just over 3 meters there. So Q to go back to the select tool, and let's object mode, and let's select this. If you're having trouble selecting things like this, you can always pop open the outliner like so and select the second locator and just move this down to about 270, maybe 280, somewhere there. Okay, so we actually know how high our house should be. Let's select all the vertex across the top, make sure we've got them all, and just shove it down till it's about the required height. Alright, so we take a look inside our house now. There is the basic beginnings of our room. Now of course we'll need to cut some doors out. So I know that from preparing this shot already, my doors are around 220 wide by 250 high. So again, we can use the measure tool. Just come in here and grab the measure tool. So create and measure tools, distance tool. And I'm going to use the top view for this. So I want my door to start about here, and I want it to go for about 250. So there we've got about 224, not quite enough. And I can actually go window outliner from here. And let's select this measure point, and let's just get that to about 250. I will need a measurement upwards as well. So I can press G again, which will redo the last tool, which in our case was the measure tool. So now I need it about 250 high. So 212, once again, select the correct point. There we go. And move that up to about 250. So around there. Okay, like I said, we're not looking for a millimeter perfect accuracy here. Just within a few centimeters is actually good enough for this. So now I'm going to need to cut a hole in this. So Again, I'm just going to use the insert edge loop tool, and I'm going to cut it about here. I'm going to cut it about here. It corresponds roughly to our marking points, and it should be about yay high, so about 240 centimeters high. Okay, and what we haven't got at the moment is an edge loop on the back of the house. So I'm going to need to put one in at approximately 240. So let's just do that by eye. And you can see now there's a discrepancy. This outside edge loop, which would make one side of the door, is a lot taller than this one, which would make another side. So there's a very, very simple solution to this. If I go into the side view here, I can kind of see that inside edge loop and this outside edge loop. So I can just go vertex, select all of these vertex, both the inside and outside, hit R and scale them together, and you'll see that they just come to the same height exactly. Now I could kind of make it taller or shorter, but now I can line it up with that 240 mark, 246 mark. And we're perfect. We're both at the same height, which means that when I come to cut a hole in this doorway, so just face mode, delete, I'll get them both. There you go, done. Quick hole in the door. Right, now in my shot I have kind of a bay window coupler thing going on there, but we'll take that in a second. Okay, first let's get this door in, and this door is the same size as this one. So I can actually either reuse these or just create new ones. It's pretty simple to create new ones, so let's just come in, and we were at about 250 by 240 maybe. So let's just recreate that. It's easy enough. Okay, that's so I'm still on face mode, so just press F8 to go back to normal mode, and let's come in here and cut another hole for this doorway. Okay, so create measure tools, distance tool, and I know I want my doorway to start around here and finish probably around here. So that's 230, and I'm just going to flick this back off X-ray and back to wireframe. Okay, so I got this at 230, which is obviously too small. I want it around 250. So once again, sometimes just easier to use the outliner. And the reason that happened and we're not seeing an outliner is because you can't have it open in two places. Okay, so if I do that again, I will now get the outliner. So I can select this one and move it to say 250. Okay, I don't actually have to measure the height because we already have the height edge loop here. We will need one on this side as well. So let's come along and put one on this side. Let's try and get them about as accurate as we possibly can. Okay, and that's gone around the outside of the building, so I'll just undone that. There we go, and this is the one for the inside of the building. So that should be about there. And we can once again use the scale vertex trick. So if we go back to the foreview, okay, I can see that edge loop and this one are a little off height, so I can just select all the vertex along this row here, done, and just scale them together, and that will get them to be all exactly the same height. So I don't, as I said, I don't need to measure the height of the doorway because we already have this line in for it. I just need the kind of width. So let's go with an edge loop down here, like so, and an edge loop down here like so, and I can now flip into face mode and cut a hole through the doorway. Okay, so now I'm through into the back room. So if I actually go like this and sort of position this camera, if it'll stop playing silly beggars on me. Sorry, I got a cat hair in my mouse. It's one of the hazards of living with two cats. But there you go. So this is kind of the same angle that we have from our tutorial shot here. I'm using a slightly wider angle lens in here, I think, so that's why I could just catch this back window. But you basically got your through hole here. You've got a back window here and a front window here. So we, of course, need a back window here. That's actually a back doorway. But first off, I want to just put on the outside of this building the little kind of, I don't know if you can see it in the shot, but these curtains are recessed into the wall because this whole thing is like a giant bay door. So let's do that. Now that's also pretty easy, but I'm going to want to give it, you'll see all my walls have thickness, and I like that. So when I pull this out, I want it to have thickness as well. So I'm going to kind of come in here and give it sort of a wall thickness with these edge loops. All will become clear in a second. And then I'm going to go into face mode, press Q to make sure I'm on the selection tool. I'm going to select all these faces, and I'm just going to extrude them. So just pull them back a bit. Okay, and I can use that to create this little sort of cupola that I can then recess the curtains into and everything. Alright, so that's looking absolutely fine. Alright, so we're on the sort of basic shape building now, and it's going pretty well. We've got some very obvious flaws though, like these holes in all this geometry, which is not a great thing, but it is easy to fix, so we'll use another tool for that. So for this, I'm going to just bridge. So I'll show you here first. Let's close this one up. So edge mode, select here and here, and use the bridge function. Okay, if this bridge function comes in with many segments, or it's kind of rounded, or it doesn't look like that, you're going to need to set the options to do the same as mine. So I'll use the marking menu this time, so shift right click and bridge and bring up its options box. Okay, so you might have something like this in your bridge settings, so when you bridge it kind of looks more like this. Okay, so if you are getting something like that, don't panic. What you need to do is just come in and set the options on your bridge tool. Oops, I don't know why I didn't get the options box up. There we go. So we want 0 divisions because we want a straight bridge across, and we want it on a linear path. So bridge. There we go. It fills the hole in for you. So we're going to have to go around, and now you can just press G to repeat the last command. Have to go around and fill up these holes. Okay, so nothing too incredibly difficult there. And do I actually have a hole? Yes, of course I do. Okay, so that's kind of filled the doorway holes back up, which is, missed one, which is important. Now, another thing I like to do is also get rid of the floor, which I normally do before we put any of this in. I simply forgot, but it's not that difficult. Just select all the faces on the floor. Whoops, and you don't want to double click here, you'll end up with more than you bargained for. And I find it more flexible to keep the floor separate for now. That's why I haven't put a roof on yet. So let's just get rid of this floor, make sure we got it all. We did. Alright, so there's a couple of reasons why I have a floating floor and a floating top. Most of them simply because it's more flexible. So if I come back later and decide this room needs to be taller, I can simply raise the roof, grab these top birds, push them up, and hey presto, I've got a taller room. Right, let's get the hole cut for this back door here. So this back door I actually want a bit closer to the wall here. So there's a couple of ways of going about this. I could grab this edge, and let's make sure it grabbed it on both sides. It did. And now I can just slide it closer, and I'll grab this edge and I'll slide it closer. One thing I'm seeing here that I don't like is we have a definite slope in this vertice, which we should not have. So let's go back into the foreview and see if we can identify where that is. So what I'll do is I'll click this one and I'll focus in on it. Alright, so it's here. So when we were scaling our vertex together, we obviously missed one. Okay, so as you can see, we've missed a few here. So let's grab all the ones along this row. Okay, and scale them inwards. Right, so that's straightened up everything there. Yes, great. And then we'll have to grab all the ones on this row as well and scale them inwards. Alright, I think the problem here is, let's see, that we're not actually getting these as well. So let's focus here, and we're going to use the other view. Alright, no, we're just missing a few, so hold shift and go this way and scale, and we're actually still missing a few, so let's make sure we grab them all. Okay, we're just not somehow managing to select all these. Sorry about this, folks. So let me just click off all the verts and try this again. Alright, now we appear to have them all. Sorry, it's just me being a bit mouse click happy. Okay, so just scale them all up until they won't scale anymore. When the scale handle won't move, you know they're all exactly the right distance apart. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that little mess up there, but now they're all perfect. Okay, so as I was saying, you know, I like to give myself a little bit more flexibility with the floor and ceiling, which is why I tend to keep them separate. Now we can come back here, select this edge, and now I got no problems moving it up and down. I'm just going to move these into where I think the back wall should be, the back door hole, should I say, and there, that'll do. Surface. Cut this one, cut this one. Let's just check that it all went according to plan. It did. And now we can once again bridge across. So edge mode, click and click, bridge. Okay, and you can just come in, select these other edges, press G. Other edges, press G. And it really is that simple. There is the basic shape of our room, and if I get a shot lined up, what we've got here is pretty much what we had in the tutorial shot. So you've got slightly visible back room here, and you know, the back door frame here, and obviously we'll need to put the furniture and everything in, but for creating the basic shape, that's it, folks. You will need, of course, a floor, so let's just get rid of our reference for now. And let's create a polygon plane. Okay, let's scale this up to the requisite size, and I can use the top view to get this much more accurate. And of course it doesn't need all these subdivisions for now, so just vertex, grab these, whack them down this way like so, and like so, and like so, and like so, and there is our floor. And we can then just Control D once we're in object mode. Let's see, yeah, Control D to duplicate that. Okay, and there we have our ceiling. So now when I look in, I have a floor and a ceiling, and somehow our floor seems to have been moved. Let's see. Okay, why is this one too small? Oh, I know, because my house is not on the grid. Okay, so I'd still need to put a floor in for this doorway here, and obviously now the roof is too high. Now I've moved the house down. There we go. So there you go, one basic shape of the room. Now it's not going to start to look like anything in particular until we start to get the skirting board in, and more importantly start to get a few pieces of furniture in, because that's when you really start to get a sense of scale. But that is, you know, a really quick way to come in and create a room shape. So we've got an internal door frame, although without the door frame model onto it. We've got a back room door and a front room door, and I'd probably for this tutorial even come in and cut a window out here somewhere. So what we'll do in the next part is we'll start by making some simple skirting board, and then we'll move on to some wall paneling, and then some furniture, and then everything else. And by that time we'll come back to the room at the end to place the furniture and put the coving and do any final tweaks. because once I've got the basic shape, I don't want to kind of start putting skirting board down until I've modeled the doorways and the door frames, because obviously then I'd have to change everything about. So this will be our basic room shape, and I'll be back in a minute to show you how to make sort of coving picture rails and stuff like that. So I hope you found this informative, and thank you for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this part, we're going to be looking at things like skirting board and picture rails, chair rails. Sort of, if we refer back to our reference, kind of these things, picture rails, skirting boards, chair rails, coving, that kind of stuff. The sort of stuff you'd expect to find in any kind of room in a house. Now, I brought in one image here already. I'm going to bring in another one. I'm actually not going to model all these things. I'm just going to take one and do that. But I just want to show you that working with these profiles, if you can find them on the internet fairly easily from most manufacturers' websites, the technique applies exactly the same to all of them. So let's add another reference image to this. So let's go and assign a new material to it. And we want a Lambert and a file texture. Okay, so I've got some skirting board profiles here. But because I'll be using these as an actual blueprint, I want to find out the exact size of this image so I can get the aspect ratio right. So if I just look under the file node and hit view, I can then just do a properties on my viewer, and this one should be sort of 70 by 30. So we'll just go to the channel box and make that 70 by 30. Okay, now I've got the right aspect ratio. So if I need that bigger, I can of course now use the universal scale, and it will always maintain the correct aspect. Alright, so as you can see, all these profiles are pretty similar. So I'm just going to do one. I just wanted to show you that these things are A, easy to find, and B, the same technique will work with all of them. So I'm actually going to do a skirting board, and this Georgian one is the one I picked for our room. So let's jump into the 4 view here. And your 4 view probably won't be shaded, so if you hit your 4 view, will probably look like this. If you hit 6 on the keyboard, it will bring in the shaded view. So first things first, when I'm creating this geometry, because I'm going to be laying it down on top of this, I don't want to be continuously selecting this thing. So as we did in the room, I believe, we're going to give it a new layer and just turn it to reference so we can't select it. Okay. Now to create this basic shape, I'm going to use a curve to create curve, and I could use pretty much any of these. I'm going to use the Bezier curve tool, which works pretty much the same way as the pen tool in Photoshop, or it's very similar. So let's just start creating this curve. Let's make sure that's flat. Okay. And I'm not going to worry about the curved part so much just yet, because as I say, like the pen tool, you can come in later and pull out some handles of these to give them actual curves. And I'm probably going to exaggerate this one just ever so slightly, so there we go. And now it's just a case of coming down to the bottom, making sure we're in a straight line. Not quite. So come back, click the point, and you can drag it around again. And you can do this at any point, by the way. You can come back and edit a curve even after you've closed it, which we're going to do now. So Control Shift and click on the first point you created, and that will close the curve. Alright, so we're looking pretty good here. Obviously this is not very curvy, but that's what we'll take care of now. So come in, press Control Shift, hover your mouse over the point you want to edit, press Control Shift and just drag it, and sometimes you'll need to do that a couple of times, and you'll pull out some handles. So just like the pen tool, you can move these around to create a curve. So that will do for this one, and then I'm going to come down here, and I'm just going to move this first, and I'm going to create another curve. So just Control Shift and create that curve there. Okay, and then this point needs moving, where it would also be slightly curved, so I'll just get it into position. Alright, there we go, perfect. And this looks pretty sharp to me, so I'm going to actually just leave it as a sharp cut. And then we just check that all our lines are straight. They are. And I can press enter just to finish the tool off. And as I said, if you need to go back in and edit this, you can either select its control vertex and edit those. And this way it's fairly easy. Or if you want the actual Bezier curve tool back, select the curve and just hit create Bezier curve. And actually, let me make sure I have that curve selected. So I need to be in object mode, select the curve, and then create Bezier curve, and that will bring you back to the original curve. So if you find you've got a bit of a wonky edge, or maybe your curve isn't quite as curvy as you'd like, you can always come back and re-edit. It's not an issue. Okay, so we're going to the front view, and I'll just hide these reference shots, because as you can see, drawing around this one would be exactly the same as kind of drawing around this one. So I'm not going to do more than one. Alright, let's just center the pivot on this, which you can find under your tutorial shelf, or you can find under modify center pivot. And let's just move this somewhere in the middle of the grid. Doesn't really matter, I just want it sort of closer to the grid. Okay, so now I've got this. What I want to do is duplicate it, so Control D. I just want to pull it out a little bit, because we need to go from a curve to some actual polygons here. So I can click these and loft between them. So if we bring up the surfaces menu and loft, let's look at the options box. Now we can output geometry as NURBS, or we can output it directly to polygons. Okay, so if we choose directly to polygons and just go to convert on the control points and hit loft, you'll get this. Okay, so depending on what you finally want to achieve, let's have another look at that menu. You can either do it that way, or you can convert it to NURBS first and then convert it to polygons. I normally convert it to NURBS first to have a look at the basic shape, make sure everything is okay. So if we loft now, I can see this in NURBS and it looks okay. So let's delete that, because although that makes for a pretty decent skirting board, I actually want a 45-degree mitered edge. So I'm going to select one of these kiddies again, Control D to duplicate it, and I'm just going to rotate that to 45 degrees. Okay, so I'm pressing J to snap the rotation. Alright, so I've got one at 45 degrees. I'm going to take this one, Control D, and put this one at 45 degrees also. So just again J to snap the rotation, and there we go. Now there is a problem with this. If I just loft between these end pieces aren't going to be long enough, because obviously if you cut something at 45 degrees it's going to be longer, and I can show you in the top view that if I loft between this now, this is going to be too short. So I'm going to take this and scale it on X to 1.4, and now the back of this is pretty equal with the back of this, and the front of this is pretty equal with the front of this. So I'm going to have to come over here and do this with this one too. 1.4, there we go, and now everything is on the same sort of line. Okay, so now we've got that done, let's create some lofts. So surfaces, loft. Okay, surfaces, where are we? I can just actually press G to repeat the loft command, and the same with this, G to repeat the loft. Now the reason this surface is black is because we probably have two-sided lighting switched on. In this case we have it on. If we turn it off it will go even blacker, and this is because the surface direction of this NURBS surface is reversed. So we could fix that now, or we could fix it after we converted it to polygons. It's really not important. Let's just fix it now. Edit NURBS, reverse surface direction. There we go. Okay, and that should actually be fine once it's converted to a polygon. I think we're seeing some slight viewport glitches here, but the actual mesh looks exactly the same on all of them. Okay, so I'm going to select this one and this one and this one, and go modify convert NURBS to polygons. Let's have a look at the options, and I want to convert based on the control points. So you can play around with the tessellation method to see what works best for you, but for me control points will be fine for this, and that's created me a poly object. Now if I press W to just move that out of there, you can see that I've got my poly object here of my skirting board, but it's looking a little messed up, and that's because we need to join these objects together. So we need to merge these vertices here and these ones here, and the same all the way down. But in order to do that, because at the moment if I select these, try to get a vertex, I can't select both of those vertex together. So in order to be able to accomplish this, we need to go to Mesh, Smooth. Okay, actually Mesh Smooth is not what I wanted. I don't know where my head's at today. Mesh Combine. Alright, and that combines our mesh. Okay, but we still have some sort of, you can see it's not joined together here, and that's because the vertex here, if I select them on a normal vertex that was joined together, I'd expect this to happen. So on one of these it just pulls a big hole out, so we can come in now and merge these vertices together. So I can select these two for instance and go merge up here, which will connect them together, and then I could go around the whole thing and merge. That's a little slow, and in this case, because these verts are actually on top of each other, it's also not necessary. We can simply go to Edit Mesh, Merge, let's pull up the options box, and this will merge any vertice within a tolerance of 0.01. So basically verts that are on top of each other. Let's just go Merge. Object Mode, and now you see you don't get that nasty line that goes all the way down. Okay, there are a couple of other things that needs to be done to this object before we can call it finished. For a start, we don't really need these edge loops that are going all the way up here. So any geometry we can get rid of because it's not necessary. It's always a good idea to get rid of it. So I'm just double clicking these edges and holding shift on a right mouse click, and delete edge. If you just press delete on the keyboard there, it'll leave behind a bunch of extraneous vertex a lot of the time and you'll get problems, so make sure you shift right click and delete edge. Okay, so let's go now and have a look at our object. So that's perfect. So now it's got less geometry, which is never a bad thing. If you don't need it, you don't want it, basically. I'm just going to fill the holes on this, so I don't want these whacking great holes here. So I'm going to select all around and just go Mesh, Fill Hole, and the same for this, Mesh, Fill Hole. Now if I wanted to make a slightly longer skirting board, I can of course, take these vertex and just shove them this way. Alright, and now we're beginning to look like a skirting board. Now there are a couple of issues with this. It's not as rounded as this one, but that's okay. I actually want to bevel this in manually. And the other issue is we've got an n-gon on the edge here, which in this case I'm not going to worry about. We'll be talking about n-gons later on in this tutorial and how to avoid them and how to fix them. So, but for this is fine. Basically, you're never going to see it. It's going to be another piece of geometry shoved up against it, and it's just there to stop stray photons bouncing around inside this object and creating light leaks. So let's deal with the fact that this is not very rounded. Okay, and we could start subdividing it and smoothing it, but that would just create far too much geometry in my opinion. Let's just come in and hit the bevel, and come in and hit the bevel. And everywhere we've got an edge that you think should be a little more rounded, maybe this top edge, and these bevels are really going to help catch the light from the render engine. Or they'll help the object catch the light. So this one I'm going to make a lot smaller. I'm just going to come around and I'm going to press G now, just bevel out where I think it's necessary. So this one a bit smaller. And this is down to you. You're going to have to use a judgment on where you think these bevels should be placed to get the sort of smooth shape that you want. Okay, this is maybe still a little bit too harsh, so I'll select this edge and split it again. But anyway, this is perfectly acceptable for me. It catches the light really nice. I think you can tell what it is, and if I just duplicate this across and move it. I'm going to just center its pivot so it's easier to deal with. If I now rotate it, say 90, like so, there we go, and just move this into position as we would do in the room. Okay, so I'm going to just shove this together with this one. You'll see that adding those mitered corners, it really does help us get this to look, more realistic. So I would expect now there to be a 90-degree miter in the corner of somebody's skirting border. And when you catch it at the right angle, you can really see it, but it hasn't just been geometry that's squared and jammed together. So that's the creation of the skirting boards. And we'll need a picture rail, a chair rail, and some coving as well. But I'll leave you to pick which pieces you like from this reference, and you just need to make them in this way. So real simple to do. It's not that geometry high because it's going to be all over the room, so you haven't created millions of smooth polygons. It looks very nice, and from a distance those bevels are really going to make this stand out. You're really going to be able to see all that detail in there. Alright, so I thank you for watching this part. I hope that's given you some insight on how to create those little sort of details for rooms, and we'll be back in the next part where we'll be building some simple furniture, and then we'll move on to building some more complicated furniture. Alright, thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this part I want to take a look at creating this style of wall panel. Now this will be a fairly quick part because this kind of thing is really easy to make. Just a few basic techniques to kind of pull in these shapes here. So I'm going to start with a polygon cube, and really I'm just going to scale it up till it's approximately the size I want it. So I'm going to model this kind of shape. Now you'll see I'm not taking too much care with this. That's because it's really easy to change the dimensions on this after we're done. So I get it approximately right, and then I'll come in, especially when I'm placing it in the room, see what kind of size I actually need. Alright, so we start here, and as I said, this is going to be fairly quick, so we go to our tutorial shelf. I'm going to select this first face. I'm just going to extrude it. Okay, so I want to click this scale handle here, which will give me a universal scale. And first things first, let's make this outside lip. So when you come in, I'm just going to scale that in till it's the right size to be the outside lip. Then I'm going to hit G again, click the scale handle and do another extrusion. And what I can see in the image is there's a small gap and then another lip. So let's hit G, extrude. Okay, and that will be the geometry for our other lip. So we'll have an extrusion, a gap, and an extrusion. And then from what I can see here, there's another bigger lip. So let's hit G once again to extrude. And come in, make a slightly larger gap. G again. Okay, and then we've got a big long kind of slope-in surface up. G again, and finally we've got a square piece in the middle. Alright, so this gives us some nice geometry. We can now start extruding. So let's take a look at this one here first. So I'm just going to go to face mode, click this one, double click this one, then go to extrude, which we can get up here. We can also shift right click, extrude face, put the connection handle in the middle and just pull it out. Okay, now we'll look at making it slope in a second, but first let's just get all the extrusions we need. So let's extrude this one, G to repeat the last command of course, and let's just extrude it out. Now you can of course spend more time lining this up, so it's a bit better than I'm doing here. And then we've got a large gap here, and then we start in with what looks like kind of a long slope upwards. So I'm just going to extrude all these faces at once actually, because they're all elevated. So there we go. I'm going to extrude them outwards like so, and then I'm just going to take this middle one here, G to extrude again, and extrude it out a bit further, and the same with these that are going around. Okay, so there's the basic kind of shape of our wall panel. As you can see, it's got very similar extruded pieces to this. The problem is that these are nice and slopey and ours are not. So if we wanted to, say, slope this a bit, what we can do is come in here, go to edge mode. Just going to select all the way around this top edge by double clicking it. Hit R to scale and just scale it in a little bit. Same with this one, and scale it in a little bit. See, and this gives us there the slope. So now we can do the same with these edges. So R to scale and in a bit. There we go. And you can then decide how much of a slope you want to put on these. Okay, with something like this big long one here, we can do sort of a big slope in. Okay, and one last slope on this middle piece. Just have to select those ones manually and pull it inwards. Okay, so that's kind of created the basic shape of our wall panel. Now it's too fat, obviously, so we can go to vertex and just grab these back four and push them inwards. Alright, so that's created our wall panel shape. It's nice edges and everything else. Let's have a look here, make sure we've got nothing wrong. Okay, no, this is looking fine to me. Now you can, in order to have this catch the light a little better, we can come in and take edges around here and bevel. Okay, so do this for all of the hard edges, and that one should actually be okay. Again, this comes down to how close you're going to see it. Beveling the edges will definitely help the render engine catch the light. Okay, so you can start to see a little more definition in this panel. Now, you might want to play about with the spacing and the sizing of these sort of indentations, these pleats, and of course you can universally scale it to make it, more accentuated or less accentuated, depending on your needs at the time. You can also, as I said, the reason I didn't pay too much attention to how wide or how tall this was, very easily change it just by taking the vertex from here. And now I have a square panel. Now I have a more kind of upright panel. So depending on your room, how much kind of detailing you need, we're done, and you can come in, and if you want, say, more sloping edges here, so just select this one, scale, and the technique's pretty similar. I can scale this out now to give me a bigger slope inwards. There we go, that looks better. Okay, so making this kind of shape here for a wall panel, as I said, very, very simple. Again, you can spend some time kind of doing a better bevel and sloping your edges a bit more neatly, depending on what you need for your actual room. Okay, so last thing, and I'm going to do this quite a lot, what I like to do when I finish modeling this is save a working version. So, I'll just save scene as. Second, folks, my hard drive, and I'll just save this as a wall pan working. So I've got one version with all the history on it in case I need to come back and change it. Now I'm going to center the pivot. I'm going to delete the history, so delete by type, history, and then I'm going to just export this, export selection, and I'll call this wall pan final. That way it's ready to import in my final scene when we get down to putting this all together. So I told you this part would be quick, and indeed it was, so I hope you found that slightly useful, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this part we're going to be making this actually quite simple object, this bed. and I'm just working off a 3/4 reference, so I don't have a detailed blueprint, so I couldn't tell you exactly how high it is, although it looks to be about 2 meters. I am going to need, however, a good starting point, and for me, a good starting point when you're trying to figure out how big a bed is the mattress, because we know a king-size mattress would be around 180 by 2 meters. So I can come in and actually oversize this. So I'm going to make it 2 meters by 240. That's because the mattress will go in the middle, and the extra geometry, the extra size, will allow me to build the bed around it. So again, I'm just going to scale this till it matches the reference just by eye. So I guess that bottom part be around this thick. And a couple of things I notice on this is that it's got a lip that runs all the way around it. And also this leg is not flush with this surface. So let's start to cut in some basic edge loops here to make the first sort of shape. So let's put this one here for the lip, and let's cut in some legs. Okay, so if you want, you can go into the 4-view and obviously make these exactly square. For me, I'm going to eyeball it in. I go in the principle that it wouldn't actually be that perfect in the real world. And if you look here, these are pretty damn close. But if you're a stickler for that kind of thing, you can always hop in the 4-view. Alright, the first thing I want to do is pull the lip out. So let's select the faces. So F10, click this one, double click this one, and you'll select the entire edge loop. Okay, so you can get your tutorial shelf to do the extrusion, or you can shift right click for the marking menu and just extrude face. And I'm going to extrude this to a thickness of, let's say, 4. Let's try that. Okay, and that gives me a little lip around. Kind of perfect, really. Alright, so now we've got the lip. What we need to do is recess this part so the legs stick out. So if I just extrude this backwards, we're going to run into all sorts of problems. So we want those legs to be a bit forward, like so, but if we go backwards, we're left with extra faces here. If we delete the extra faces here, so delete and delete, we can then bridge across the gap. But that's not really going to work, because that will leave us with some n-gons, polygons with more than 4 sides, and it will just leave us with some generally bad geometry in this area. So instead of extruding backwards, what I'm going to do is take these two, press G to extrude, and I'm going to extrude forwards. So I'm going to give these a thickness of 2. That way we still create that lip, but without any problems with the geometry, really. Okay, so just do that for all 4 of what will become the legs. Let's get these ones at the back. Alright, so now we create this sort of recessed look without any problems that are going to come back to bite us on the backside later on. So I'm going to take this center square here, because this will be where the actual mattress goes. So we're going to just recess this downwards, and I'll just nip into the 4-view to make sure I don't bisect the floor. So that's about right. There we go. Okay, so now we've got sort of the basic main container for the mattress. Let's get on with putting some legs on it. So in this case, for the bottom legs, I'm going to select all 3 of these faces. I'm going to extrude downwards to about 20 centimeters. It looks to be about 20 centimeters to me on the reference, and it can be easily adjusted later on. So okay, and G once again, just to repeat the last command, which in our case was extrude. 20 centimeters. Let's get the back ones in. 1, 2, and 3. G down 20 centimeters. And the same last one. G and down. Whoops, I've accidentally got all of them selected, so I'll have to come back, deselect those, and pay a bit more careful attention to what it is I'm doing. And G and down 20. Alright, so we're kind of getting there with the basic construction of this thing. As I said, it is quite a simple object we're doing right now, and I want a headboard. So I'm going to go ahead and grab these three faces here, 1, 2 and 3, and pull them out to make my headboard. And again, let's just see if that headboard is big enough. I don't think it is. Maybe more like so. Perfect. Okay, again, we got just the one extrusion, and if we look at the reference, we can see it's also got a little lip on it. So in here with this thing, that will create our lip, and then select the faces, and again extrude face, and let's give it a thickness of maybe 2.5. Okay, so that just puts a little lip on the back of the headboard too. Lovely. And now we can start extruding out the posts. So face mode once again, and let's grab these two at the same time, and now I can extrude them up. And because I know I want my bed to be around 2 meters tall, these should be at around 180. Our legs are sort of 120. If these are 180, then that just simply means that without this part the bed will be about 2 meters, and with this part maybe 2 meters 10 centimeters, which is absolutely fine for me. So I'm going to come in and do the same with the back two. Just extrude them up. And the reason I didn't do them all at the same time is because obviously if I extruded these to 180, we'd have a situation with this going on, which is obviously no good. So I'm going to manually get them in line, and then I'll show you how to get them identical. So let's just pull these down until they're in about the same position. Okay, so that's pretty spot on for the front and back as far as height is concerned. If you're a bit of a stickler, you can come in here, select the vertex, select them all and scale them inwards. Okay, and this will put all 4 legs at exactly the same height. Alright, so now we've got everything exactly the same height. There's one other thing that I noticed from the reference though, that these legs are slightly tapered towards the top, at least it appears to me. So we could come in here and go to face mode and select this face and scale it inwards and do the same and the same and the same. The problem with that is it's a pain, and you're never going to get them all precisely the same size. So, and in this case we're only doing 4, but if you could imagine if you were having to do sort of 40 scaling operations at once, then it becomes a serious pain. So if you select all 4 and go edit mesh, transform component, this will let me scale this one like it's on its local axis, and these ones will simply copy it. So if I was to go like so, as you can see, they all scale together now, but on the local axis. If I don't use transform component and I just try to scale, I'll just show you what happens. That's just not going to work. You know, it's just not going to work. So you need to select all 4, edit mesh, transform component, and then we'll just slightly taper this, just ever so slightly. Not looking for a lot, just a little bit. There we go. Alright, perfect. So now I've got the posts, I'll obviously need to connect them together somehow. And we could, many ways of doing this. We could put some edge loops in here on all of the legs. So try and get them roughly the same height, and then we'll straighten them up so they're exactly the same height in a second. So I've got these edge loops now. I could take these faces and extrude them across and join up the vertex and whatnot. There is a better way, which we'll discuss in just 2 seconds. We'll just straighten these all up so they're all at the same height. So once again, into the foreview, and you can actually see here in the foreview, there's the one on the back leg and there's the one on the front leg, and they're at different heights. So if we grab vertex of all of that lot, so all of these, and once again just use that scale in, you'll see they all go to the same height. Perfect. Right, now let's connect them together. So in this case, I'm just going to take the face. There we go. I'll take this face and let's just make that a bit bigger so you can see what's going on. This one, and I'm just going to hit bridge. Now, if your bridge has come across with lots of segments and it's all wavy and whatnot, my settings are just division 0 and curve type linear. So if you want to make those settings sort of semi-permanent, what you can do, if yours is coming out differently, you can do is when you select these two next ones, okay, just go down to the marking menu, so shift right click and go bridge faces, pull up its options box, set the options here, and then those options will remain the next time you use it as well. So you know, now when I just hit G to repeat the bridge command, it will use those same options. So let's just get all of these in. Okay, there we go. So these are a bit thick compared to the reference, and again, that's not really an issue. Just take the vertex and scale them downwards. Okay, sorry if your display just jumped, Maya froze up on me, but as I said, scaling those inwards so they match the reference, not really an issue. Now, if these legs are a little too thin, they look a tiny bit too thin compared to the reference, we can do a quick, cheaty way of fixing them. I can just select these two edges here and scale them up a bit. Okay, it's not the neatest way, but it works just fine for our purposes. Okay, now I mentioned earlier that I'd show you a quick way to bevel this, because obviously we're going to want to bevel all the hard edges on this. Now, if it was a more complicated object, I would do this by hand, but as it's quite a simple object, I generally use a script to do this type of beveling. It's called the Facer. I'll bring it up. You can get it on Creative Crash. It's free. It's just under creativecrash.com, Maya/scripts/Facer. You'll need to put that into your Maya scripts folder, which under Windows is under My Documents, Maya, your version of Maya, and then scripts. Just download the file from Creative Crash and throw it in there. If you've never used a Maya script before, it's that simple. You'll also need to restart Maya. So if you're following along with me, you'll need to save out this scene and put the script in the script directory and then restart Maya, otherwise it won't work. Once you've done that, in order to activate this particular script, you just type Facer down here. And I mean, I wouldn't do this if I was just going to use it for one tool. I wouldn't make you install this, and indeed you don't have to. If you want to come in and bevel, then you just need to select the hard edges that you want to bevel, like so, and hit the bevel up here. And as you can see, that bevels in, and then you can select the offset you want and whatnot. I mean, we'll be going into bevels in a bit more detail later on, but so, you can do it manually if you so wish. I am going to give this script a try, and I also wanted to bring it up because it's excellent for cleaning up geometry, telling you if there's any problems with geometry. It's good for toggling off displaying normals and face centers and things like this, rather than having to go to display show all the time. It will find holes in your geometry. It will find polygons with more than 4 sides, or sorry, I should say faces with more than 4 sides, n-gons. It's just got a lot of cool stuff in it, so you might want to check out some of the functionality of this. In this case though, I'm just going to run you through this bevel procedure, because as I showed you, you can select the edges and bevel, but we want to bevel all the hard edges. So if I go to display polygons, hard edges, all these highlighted green edges are actually hard, and these are all the ones that we would probably end up beveling. Now this script will do that for you. So if you go to bevel hard edges, enter a minimum angle, I'm just going to leave that at 0 and click go. It's going to look a mess, but don't panic. There you go. As I said, it's going to look a mess. What we've got is a bevel that's far too big, so let's put the offset to 0.002 and see what that did. Okay, now as you can see, all these hard edges here, they've all been beveled, or in this case chamfered, which is just a bevel. If we have a look at it, a bevel with one segment is more of a chamfer. So all of this intricate beveling has been done for us, saved us a ton of time, a ton of mucking about, and you can still, nothing stops you from coming in now and going, okay, well maybe I want, a bevel sort of under here. This edge didn't get beveled. I probably wouldn't bevel it anyway, but if you did want to, nothing stops you from then adding extra beveling. It's just this script really did save tons of time sometimes, So there we go. What we have to do now is maybe put a bit of a decorative facade on the headboard. So I'm just going to click off that faces script because I don't need it anymore. But please do have an investigate of it. It's a wonderful script. So display, and let's turn off the hard edge display because we don't need it anymore. So I'm just going to go to standard edges. Alright, perfect. So as we did with the wall panel in, I want to put a bit of a decorative sort of headboardy thing up here. So I'm going to nip into the foreview and I'm going to split it in half. So let's use our edge loop tool and let's just get that in the center of the bed. There we go. Okay, now I can actually come in here and do the paneling on the back of the headboard like we did it on the wall paneling. Okay, so let's come in and just select a face here and extrude inwards. And I'm just going to use the scale, so get it about like so. And this will be the basis for our panel on the back. So let's just hit extrude again, G. Okay, and G. And we're just going to do, as I said, the same as we did with the wall paneling, just a different design ever so slightly. So G again, and let's put a square in the middle, G again. Okay, so like so. And now you'll need to do the same on the other side. There are some tools in my 2015, I believe, that will let you do this with symmetry. But I want to keep this so anyone with any version of Maya can follow along. So we're just going to have to go to a bit of extra effort. It's not really that long to do. And I'm just going to eyeball this in. So G. And alright, so that's basically about the same on both sides. Now we'd need to extrude it outwards. So what I would do for this is I would just take these faces and these faces, we can do them all at the same time, and extrude outwards. Okay, then grab these ones and these ones and press G to use the extrude again and just bring them forward a little bit. We're basically just creating sort of a very easy kind of wood panel for the back. And then G, and let's grab these ones too actually. So just pull these out a tad. Okay, so it's not exactly what you call a masterpiece of design. You can spend some more time on it, but actually for me it looks kind of headboardy, and I would now need to come in and bevel the edges. The reason I did this after I used the bevel edges script is because when it's something like this, I prefer to have more control over beveling the edges. Just call it personal preference. So I would now just come in and bevel to whatever level that I wanted to. Okay, so 0.1 maybe, and it is actually important to bevel. It really aids the render engine in catching the light on the corners of stuff. So don't skip it. It seems like a pain in the backside sometimes, but it sometimes is the difference between a very, very good looking hard surface model and a very, very bad looking hard surface model. It's just that something simple as that bevel. So there we go. I bevel that one in by hand. It takes about a second and maybe a bit bigger. So, and if we compare these two now, just how they look in the viewport, one is kind of very clearly defined with sharp hard edges and one is just not. So even in the viewport, just putting the bevel on the bed itself, and you see these legs here, they got really nicely defined sort of corners in comparison to, I mean, when we look at this from a distance, this one is kind of much easier to see. It's catching the light a lot better, and that's just because of those little bevels. Alright, before we go, I just want to stick a mattress in here. So let's just go polygons, and we'll just use polycube. Okay, like so. and let's just get a mattressy shape. Now, I've probably mentioned that we'll be doing all the cloth for this bed in Marvelous Designer. So it's going to mean that we need to send this out for simulation. Now, if you have a decent simulation program like Marvelous Designer is, it will automatically triangulate the geometry for you, which is very nice. But we can do that ourselves. It gives us a little bit more control. So let's just finish this mattress and then we can discuss that. So let's just insert a few edge loops. This is just to control the smoothing. Okay, like so. And you'll see they're fairly well spaced apart because, you know, it's a mattress, it should be quite soft in the corners. Alright, and that should do. So when I hit 3 now, that's pretty well smoothed. Alright, so that's our bed basically done. It's just waiting for its cloth, realistically. We could spend some time and effort, you know, putting some design patterns down here, maybe cutting a few trenches in, you know, some nice pleats or whatnot. But to be honest with you, the bed in the picture is actually very basic, and what will make or break our shot in particular will simply be the texturing on the bed and the cloth. So we'll get onto the cloth in this tutorial in a little while. I just want to discuss one thing when kind of modeling for something that's going to be in a simulation. The less geometry you have, the better. So if I take this bed and duplicate it across, okay, the first thing is, you know, for simulation purposes, these bevels are small, but they have a lot of geometry on them, or they create a lot of excess geometry that's never going to be needed in the simulation process. So if you want to, you can go to Window, just go up to the Hypershade and graph the whole object. And actually we'd have to take it off the original because the duplicate won't have history. So we'll call this our high poly object. So this will now be our finished completed bed. Let's go up to this one, and once again let's have a look in Hypershade. Okay, let's click here, and this will graph the whole object. This is the construction history here of your whole object. So you can see these poly bevels are all the beveling I did on the back. So if I just take all these, and let's get the big bevel that we did here. So I'm just going to remove all the bevels. So really I just find them in the construction history in the Hypershade and hit delete. Now if we look, this object, which will be our high poly object, is beveled, and this object is not. Okay, so this is much lower poly. This is good for us when it comes to cloth simulation. Now for this mattress, unfortunately, Marvelous Designer is going to pay no attention to Maya's viewport smoothing, so I'm actually going to have to come down here and hit smooth, which gives us a bit more geometry, but it does give us the same sort of smoothness as this. Alright, we can actually take this one step further. So if we remember that this is our high poly model, this is the one we'll be using at render time. This is the one we'll be using at simulation time, which will be triangulated. I can now bring our facer script back and use auto cleanup on this. And that got rid of all of those edges there, got rid of every extraneous edge that we would actually need. I couldn't model on top of this now. The geometry is hideous. The edge loop tools won't work. There's n-gons and, you know, multiple errors all over it. But that's not going to matter to our simulation program. Once this is triangulated, all those problems will go away. So let's just hit the triangulate button here. And now I've got my bed. It's kind of ready for simulation in the lowest amount of polys possible. So let's just do the same with this. Let's auto clean up and triangulate. Okay, so if I bring up the heads up display for poly count now, so let's go to display, heads up display, and let's go poly count. So if I look at this bed here, this has a total of, let's see, 972 faces, 972 polys. This one has a total of 360. So this one is going to simulate out faster than this one. Okay, so as we'll be doing a few pieces of furniture to simulate in Marvelous Designer, and it might not seem a lot. I mean, this bed, our high poly version, has less, is still very low poly, but just saving a few polygons for a simulation program, something like RealFlow or Marvelous Designer, can save you a lot of time down the road. Okay, so there's our low poly version. There's our version for render. Alright, so I hope you've got something of interest out of this part, and I will see you in the next part when we'll model something slightly more challenging. Okay, thanks for watching. Okay, welcome back. In this part, we're going to take a look at creating this coffee table. Now, normally when I decide to model a piece of furniture, I find a whole piece of furniture. In this case, I just found this leg online, which is by a company that obviously makes table legs. And as they only make the legs, not the tables, I just improvised. So I went online and found the average height and sort of length and breadth of a coffee table. So I used the leg as a starting point and then just put a very simple top on with a couple of lips here and a nice channel cut in it. So, this is slightly different than the bed where we just had everything was straight. So we're going to do this now, and then we're going to kick on to a much more complicated piece of furniture. But for right now, let's just start with a polycube, and let's just get that into the approximate shape of a leg here. So I'm going to just hide our coffee table that I created earlier. So just Control H to hide that. And we'll start from kind of scratch. So I'm going to get this into a nice chunky sort of leg shape. I'm not going to worry too much about the scale right now. I just want to make sure that it's got the right width to height ratio. Okay, and we're going to start off by simply modeling this curvy piece in the middle. So this is actually pretty easy to do. You've got to just get used to thinking, if you haven't done much modeling in Maya, of what things will look like when they're smooth. So for instance, if I take this cube and take the vertex, if I just take the top vertex, I can see this is kind of recessed in. So if I just scale those ones down, and then I come here and I scale these ones up and out, which will be this portion, and then we go inwards quite a bit. And that's quite a big inward dip there. So you might not think this shape looks much like this shape, but if I actually smooth it, we're pretty much there. Okay, now if you want to get it sharper, you can of course, more of a bulge at the top, more of an extreme bulge. You can of course take these verts and shove them up a little bit, and we can actually do this while it's smooth, so we can see kind of what's going on while it's smoothed. Okay, and I think this probably needs to be a little thinner, so just scale it inwards. Okay, and we've got our shape. I mean, it really is that simple to create something, that's quite complicated looking on reference. So I'm just going to put this back to the unsmoothed view. And I'm just going to put a couple of control edge loops in, because when we do this, the top goes, it sinks far too much. So let's go to Insert Edge Loop, which you can get with the marking menu, which is just Shift right click, or you can use the tutorial shelf that we created earlier. Okay, so I'll put one there and one here down the bottom. Okay, so that will help us hold the smooth. If we just take a look at that. It's not so pinched at the top anymore. Okay, it's still happy with the basic shape. So now we need to put all the rest of the little detailing on this. It needs a piece that comes straight up from here, then it needs to flay outwards with another piece, and then an indentation, and finally this top piece. So to do this, I'm going to use a fairly simple extrusion method. Similar sort of stuff to that we did with the bed. So I find it easier a lot of the time to work with the unsmoothed view. And I'm going to need to select all of these faces on the top here. and I'm going to extrude those out. So once again, you can get the extrude up there, shift right click, extrude here as well. Just make sure I didn't select any extraneous faces. I did not. So looking at the reference, that's about yay high. We'll then want to press G to extrude again, and I'm going to pull up another extrusion, and I'm just going to scale the faces outwards like so, and then G to pull up another extrusion, which would be this part here. So now we've got this part, this kind of flayed out part, this part on the top. Let's come in and actually extrude something to make this lip. And in fact, what I think I'll do there is go back one, because I don't think this is flayed out quite far enough. So let's scale it out a little bit more and maybe make it a bit taller. Okay. As I say, we're just doing this by eye, so use your best judgment. Alright, so that's fine. Push G to extrude again, and we'll extrude this part. Okay, G, one more extrusion, a very thin one, to make this indentation, and then G, and finally another extrusion to make the top part of the leg, so around there. If we now come in and select this face, shift click this one, select all those around, press G to extrude, change the handle to the middle, click the scale, and just scale in. Okay, until we've got that indentation. Perfect. Alright, so we go back to object mode, and it looks fairly wonky in this view, but once we smooth it, it's kind of looking pretty damn close to the reference. We've got this problem where we don't have a control loop up here, so let's just insert an edge loop at the top, just so that holds its shape a little better, and we can do the same with this lip. So one here, and actually that's a bit too close, there we go, and one here, and indeed let's put a couple on the inside. So let's stick one there. Whoops, that was the wrong thing. One there. It's a little tricky to select it, and let's see how that holds its shape. Okay, pretty perfect for me. Pretty well matching the reference. Maybe this part needs to be a little taller, but that's, you know, very easy to fix. We can at any point select all these top birds and just move it upwards. So we can come back to that. Now I want to look at this foot portion. So I'm going to lift the whole piece off the floor plane, and in fact I'm just going to hide the floor plane so we don't have to you know, continually shift this about. Now we can get a look underneath. Okay, so underneath we've got one straight down piece. So let's grab all these bottom faces. I'm just going to press Q there to take the move handle away, so I can better see what I'm doing. Okay, make sure we haven't selected any faces we don't need. We haven't. And now we can press extrude. And it's got a little lip like so. And then it does the same thing. So I'm going to press G to extrude again. Extrude down, and just once again scale that. So it's sort of matching this little downward thing here. In fact, I think ours might be a tad too big. There we go. Okay, now we need one more extrusion for this straight piece at the bottom. And there we go. So I'm going to have to come in and put some control loops in again so these hold their shape. So just insert edge loop tool. So I'm just going to put one there, one here, because I want this to be held quite tightly, and the same goes for this. So one, and whoops, that's gone the wrong way, and one. Alright, now let's smooth that and see what we got. Alright, so that's a pretty close match to the reference. You might want to spend a bit more time at home, maybe pull this out so it's a little fatter. but that is, you know, good enough from the piece that I've taken my inspiration with. I now want to model this funny foot-looking thing down the bottom, and there's a myriad of ways to do this. I'm actually going to do it with an animation deformer, just because it's something we haven't looked at before. So I figured we might as well have a go at something a little different, because I'll try in this tutorial to show a few different techniques for modeling stuff. We've used some NURBS curves, and you know, in the next part we'll get into that a bit more, especially the conversion back to polygons. Let me just scale this cube up and sort of get it the right shape. I'm just going to make it a square that's about the same size as the base here. Okay, and I'm not using the 4-view at the moment. I don't really need to be that precise for this. Okay, so I've got this cube, and as I implied, we're going to use an animation deformer to deform it, but it's going to need some subdivisions, so this doesn't have a great deal of detailing in it, so I'm just going to make it 3. Okay, and then to get this shape, I'm going to go to Create Deformers, and I'm going to use a non-linear squash deformer. Now, if you're not using the hotbox, which is brought up by spacebar, you'll need to go to the animation menu up here, and you'll be able to find Create Deformers, non-linear squash up there as well. Okay, let's just put that squash deformer on, and let's bring our deformers up in the viewport. You should probably already have those on yours, but on mine they were turned off for some reason. So let's have a look at the squash. Okay, so the first thing we can do is the factor. And now you can see that really easily I can create this sort of flat shape, and again I'm going to have to smooth for you to be able to see it properly, and that factor is probably a little too low. Okay, so just get it to a point where you're happy, and I am kind of happy. Oh, and you'll see what's happened there. The other thing to note is these are animation deformers, so you can actually get some great effects by just simply moving the geometry around through the deformer. Okay, so if I decided I wanted more of a shape like so, all I have to do is pull it up. Now I can put this wherever I want to get the shape I desire. So these animation deformers can do a lot of truly great stuff for speeding up modeling. And as I said, we will be looking at a few of those in further parts. But I just wanted to introduce one now. And there's quite a few of them. You know, if you go under Create Deformers, this one is squash, but you've also got bend and twist and flare. And we'll look at using probably the wire tool deformer, and then the twist, and probably a few of these other things in the course of this tutorial too. But for right now, there's a quick squash for you. So I need to get the deformer off, because obviously I'm going to want to move this, and I don't want it to do this. So that being said, the easiest way to get the deformer off is just to go Edit, Delete by Type, History. Okay, and now the deformer will be gone. So I can sort of push this into position here. Okay, and the one on the reference is actually a bit longer, which for us would just be a case of scaling a little bit in the upwards axis. And maybe ours is overall a little too big, so that's okay. And I'm actually going to check the positioning in that in the 4 views. Okay, so that's pretty much spot on. Alright, so there is our leg. You know, and considering it took no time at all, and all we've really done is moved out a few vertex, you can actually create some quite, you know, complicated looking shapes from very simple extrusion and, you know, just moving around a few vertex. Alright, so now we've got our leg. Let's just hide this because we don't need it anymore. Control H. Let's talk about building this into one piece. So I'm going to just group it together. Control G, and then center the pivot for it. Alright, and let's bring a floor plane in, because it's easier to work with, I find anyway. And let's bring in plane 2, I think was the floor. No, there we go. So hide that once again. Now you'll see I've marked out the dimensions for the table on the floor here. It might be a little difficult to see, but our table should be 40 centimeters high, 1.3 meters long, and 1.3 meters long and 65 centimeters wide. So if we select our group leg and put it on the floor, I can now come in and scale this to the right size, which once again I'll use the 4-view for. Alright, so I'm going to get rid of the grid on this view because it's interfering here with my view. Alright, and I'll grab my 40 centimeters, which is this one. Okay, so I know I need to scale my leg down to 40 centimeters. So let's just bring up the outliner. Okay, and group 6 would be right. And I'm going to put this pivot point at the bottom here. So just insert, just move the pivot point down to the bottom of the object. Okay, insert again to go back to the normal pivot. Now when I scale it down, I don't have to keep adjusting it to get it on the floor. Alright, so now our leg is at 40 centimeters high. So we know now that that would be about the right dimension for our coffee table, and it looks good. Now we need to get them in the right position, so I'm going to duplicate this, just Control D, and I'm going to move that. Whoops, I actually need to duplicate the group. So outliner once again, select the group, Control D, and just move this one over here till it reaches the 1 meter 30 mark, because that's how wide we know we want our table to be. So in this one, I am actually going to select both of those groups and just move them over to the start of our width, which will be the center of the grid, and then Control D to duplicate both of them, and then move them over to the 65 centimeter mark. So now I've got the basic sort of dimensions for my table laid out. I just need to get a quick top on it. And you know, coffee tables tend not to be that complicated, very plain top, and that's why I wanted to do something a little bit nicer with these legs. So let's grab a polygon cube to act as our top, and I'm just going to build here a very, very simple top. So let's get some scale on this. That's probably a little bit too much scale, but we'll sort that out in a second. Okay, and I can actually better see this in the top view. Okay, and we'll get that more exact in a second. Alright, so here's our basic table and top. That's still a bit thick. Now, we need to put some sides on. So we could, as we did with the bed, click this face over here and this one over here and bridge across. But because this is smooth, that's going to be a bit of a problem. And also, what I like to do is, I want to build these sides in a slightly unusual way, and you'll see why in a second. I just want to build them with a mortise and tenon joint on, or in this case just the tenon joint, so it won't be, well, you'll see in a second. It's easier if I just do it than try and explain it. And let's just scale this board up a bit. Let's get a thin side here. Whoops. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get this in the right position first off, and I'm going to move the top just out the way a little bit now. Alright, so I'm going to have to decide on a thickness for this table skirt. So it's not going to be that thick. Yeah, that should be about right, I think. And I'll just select the vertex on the bottom of this cube, just so I can scale it to where I want it. And I'm going to want my skirt to be a little bit thicker than that. So let's go for about that thick. And that should be about right. Whoops, let's not move those there. So I think that's about right for a table skirt, maybe a little bit thicker. But what I actually wanted to do is, if I just go back to object mode, I actually wanted to put an edge loop in across here. Okay, just about there will do. And then I want to put one in here and one in here. And then I want to grab this face and extrude it. Okay, and the reason I want to do this is because now to me this looks a bit like a tenon joint that you'd see on a piece of furniture. So let me just go back to object mode. So when I shove this in here, like so, we can actually leave a little gap showing, just like that. You know, and then when we get a close-up shot of this will create a nice shadow here, and it will make this look not quite so much like one piece of furniture. And if you do get it at sort of an extreme close-up, it's just a tiny little detail that you might catch at some point in the render that will just add a little bit of believability, and it really doesn't take any time to sort of add that in there. So, whoops, I need to extrude that outwards, not just pull it outwards, of course. Let's just go like so. And I could, of course, as well, cut the mortise hole in here and plug this in. If you want to do that, please do. But it's such a small detail for me that this will be enough. You know, I just catch that tenon joint there. You'll probably never see it at render time, but it will affect how this piece shadows on this, and it will give us some ambient occlusion, so it will just help to define the difference between the leg and the side. Might seem a little obsessive, but you know, a couple of seconds to do it, so why not do it? Alright, there we go. So duplicate this across, in position there. There we go. And of course I'm going to need some sides here, so duplicate this, pull it out, and then we'll just rotate it. So I'm going to hold J to snap the rotation. There we go. You could have always just gone and typed in the rotate 90 up here. And let's just get this into position. And the easiest way to do this one is just to grab these verts and pull it back. So we are like so. Perfect. Okay, and finally Control D, and there we go. Alright, so top can come back on. So now we've got our legs and our skirt looking rather nice, I think. You know, for a simple little coffee table, I really kind of like those legs. That's why I originally yanked the picture off the internet. Just something about them. I find the shape quite pleasing. But anyway, you can use sort of the same technique to make any pattern if you find something else you like. Right, so first things first, let's put a edge on this table. Okay, sorry folks if the picture just jumped on you. I had a small crash with Maya. The recording software causes it to be a bit unstable. And I believe we were about to put an edge on this tabletop. So what I want to do with it is create a decorative lip and a decorative channel that goes all the way around. So a really simple way to create just a lip around here would be to go to insert some edge loops. Okay, and it just wants to be a very small lip. So I'm going to make these quite close to the edges. In this case, we're not going to smooth this, so these are not edge loops for smoothing. They're just to create a lip around the table. And we'll do that by selecting the face and just extruding upwards just a little bit. Okay, so it just creates a little lip there, and that might even be too much. There we go. Okay, so I want to cut a channel around also. So to do that, I'm going to have to put some more edge loops in, which we can get to either with our tutorial shelf or of course the marking menu. And just a little channel around the center, around the outside of the table, like so. So what I'll do is I'll draw these edge loops in a square, and then I'll extrude them downwards to create a small channel. Okay, and I've said before many times, but you might want to take some time to use the 4 view when you do this to get this kind of perfectly square. But even eyeballing it in, it's pretty good. Okay, final one, sort of here and here. Okay, now I'm going to need to select these faces. Okay, so just select all the faces that I want to extrude downwards to make this channel. Okay, and that should be the last of it. Alright, so let's hit extrude. And let's find the extrusion handle, which will be there. Lovely jubbly. And just push downwards a little bit. There we go. That makes a little channel around the outside. Now, you know, this is a coffee table, so in our case, it's not going to be too fancy. But I do want to get a few detail bits in there, so it's not completely boring. But you will notice that as we look around this, you know, it's very difficult to pick out these details, and that's because this is a solid hard edge, which very rarely happens in nature, especially on a piece of furniture. So you would never get this kind of razor sharp edge. So we're going to bevel these edges in. So in order to do that, I'm just going to select the edges I need. So first off, let's bevel the whole of this table. So I use bevel on hard edges just so they catch the light. And not only does this aid you in the viewport, it will be very noticeable on the render. So you'll probably hear me bang on about beveling quite a bit in this tutorial. It's not something you should really skip. So let's just bevel in those edges. So where is the bevel? There it is. There we go. And now if I just look around, you see how well this now catches the light, how much more defined it appears to be. So it actually does make a lot of difference. So let's come in and do these ones. So this time I'm just going to go around on this lip we created, making sure that I get all the edges I need, and I'm going to bevel in again. Okay, this one's a bit too much, and this bevel with one segment is actually more of a chamfer. It's very good at catching the light in most render, well, all render engines really. So let's set the offset to this something like 0.2, so we've got a much smaller bevel here. And I'm also going to need to bevel the edges of this channel that we've made here. Okay, so just G to bevel again, and that's a pretty small bevel, so no need to change the size. And one last go around, and we are just about done with this table. And I think that was the last edge. Yes, it was. So just G to bevel again. Okay, and when I go back to object mode now, as we look around this table, you can really see the edges a lot more now. Okay, so without that bevel on there, even at render time, this would just kind of fade into the background, and all that work that you've done, adding the edge loops and, you know, cutting a small channel and all that little tiny touches would have been for nothing. There is one last thing I want to do. If I look at the bottom of this table, at the moment it's just a flat surface, and I want this to look like carpenters used one piece of wood and then put a decorative edging strip around. So in order to achieve that, I'm going to make this a little wider. Now that's much easier to do in the 4 view. I'm going to go into vertex mode and just select these vertex and move them down a little bit just to make the tabletop a little wider, just a little bit. There we go. And then I'm going to select the face on the bottom. So face, and I'm going to extrude it inwards. So now it looks like a thinner piece of wood has been used to create the top, and then a thicker decorative edging strip has been placed around the table. And you wouldn't think that something like that was really important, because you're rarely going to shoot a table from sort of, this direction, but it all helps cast different shadows, and it just catches the light in a different way. And I actually like to try and create these things as they would have been made in the real world, wherever possible. It just tends to add a little bit more believability. So let's now get this top the right size. So let's grab all these vertex here and move it inwards. So it's just above the leg, like so. Same with this side. Just push inwards a little bit. And this looks fine. This is too long. And so just down there. And there we go. So that's a finish to our little coffee table here, which I will now, as I did with the bed, export out after deleting its history into my sort of ArcViz library. And now I've got a nice attractive little coffee table that'll be pretty good in any scene that I want to put it in. So I'll be back in the next part when we'll actually look at creating one more piece of furniture that will be a little bit more complex than this. Try to kick it up a notch each piece we create. So I hope you've got something out of this, and I hope to see you in the next part. Thanks very much for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last few parts we looked at building some simpler furniture. In this part we're going to do something a little more complicated. So now we have our basic room and our first two pieces of furniture. I just want to look at something a little bit more complicated. So I'm bringing this polyplane and just assign a reference image to it. Now I'm going to use one I found on the internet. I picked it for a couple of reasons, so I'll bring it in here and we can take a look at it. So I'll just pop it on as a file texture onto this polyplane here. Okay, and it's eclectic bedroom. There we go. Alright, so I've got this cabinet here. It's kind of like a miniature chest of drawers. And by the end of this tutorial, we're actually going to end up building, or by the end of this segment, should I say, we're actually going to end up building 3 entirely different pieces of furniture. All based on the same style, but different sizes, different heights and whatnot. Now we'll only use one for the final tutorial shot that we create. But, I like to build up a bit of library of furniture, and if I'm going to go to the trouble of building something like this, I try and get as many different pieces out of it as possible. Now, if we look at this, this is obviously a bit stretched, so you can bring it in and get it by eye. It should be about there. Or if you want to be a little more precise, you can always pop open your image viewer, do a quick properties, and it's 500 by 750. So that means to get it to the right aspect, I can literally just come in, where are we? Yeah, select the geometry, go to the channel box and make this 50 by 75. And now when I use the universal scale here, it'll always remain in the right aspect ratio. Now I picked this piece for a couple of reasons, and as I said, I quite like it. And the other reason is these legs are round, but they're also L-shaped on the back. This bottom piece seems to rest on them. So they've got some flutes on them as well, so they're not quite as simple to make as they look. We've got some nice drawer detailing. This top has these little round bits that come out, and it's got a nice decorative trim. So overall, it's a nice bit of furniture for a tutorial like this. It'll allow us to go through a few different processes. So I'm going to start by a reference point, because I don't have a detailed blueprint of this, so it doesn't say how tall it is or how wide it is. So I'm going to do most of it by eye, but we still want to build some sort of realistic dimensions into our furniture. So, looking, most online catalogs show one of these chest of drawers to be about 90 to 95 centimeters high. So I'm going to start there. So we come into the side view, and I'm just going to create a measure tool. And this will give me just one point of reference. So, when I know how high I'm going, I can sort of use that to work out how wide it should be and how deep it should be. So I'm going to put this to about 95 centimeters. You don't have to be too accurate. And then I'm going to use that as our reference point to build this. So let's just come here and size this out. Now, as I said, I'm not making an identical copy of the reference because I'm actually going to build more than one piece out of this. So my first one will be slightly larger than the reference, but remaining in the same style. So I'm going to get it to where about I think size it should be. So this gives me some room for drawers, but also some room for legs. Maybe it needs to be a bit deeper. So if I flick into vertex mode, F9, and just pull these verts down a bit, there we go. You could also just use the scale tool, of course. Alright, so now I've got the basic shape. What I need to do is cut a hole in it so my drawers can fit in. Now, to do this, I'm going to flip into face mode. I'm going to scale this face inwards by extrusion, so just extrude face. Click on the scale manipulator and just pull it in, and it's going to need to be scaled a bit. Oh, that's moving it. Scale it a bit this way. Okay, until you're happy with it. And this gives us an outside to our inside. Now if I press G on the keyboard to extrude again, I can then just extrude this backwards. I'll just flick into the fore view to make sure that I don't extrude it through the back of the piece, because that's not at all what we want. And I'm going to get it to the same sort of thickness as these two here. Okay, so this gives me the basic body of the cabinet. And I would now come in, and I'm going to flick into viewport 2 to show you this next bit. So just flick viewport 2 on here. I'll need to change some of the options, so screen space ambient occlusion, we'll have a bit of that, and anti-aliasing, we'll have a bit of that. Okay, now we can see this a little better, and you can see the corners on this cabinet, they're not really that defined, they're going to disappear. Now, with hard surface modeling, especially like this, what I like to do is exaggerate, if you like, these corners. It's much better at render time. So to do that, we're just going to use a technique we used before, which is to bevel them in. So just double click on the edge, it should select the entire edge loop, and then you can shift right click and bevel edge to use the marking menu, or you can use your bevel up here that we put on our shelf. Now that's a little large, so I'm going to put the offset to 0.1, and that's really all you need. Now when I flick back to object mode, when we have a look around, you can really see these edges pop out. And what we've got is a bevel with just one segment, so it's more of a chamfer. So this is going to create a really hard edge. If you want to soften that up, or a really an edge that will really catch the light, so it will look very defined in the render. If you want to soften that up, you can come in and add some more segments, which will give you a rounder, more softened edge. But in this case, for me, that chamfer is perfect. So segments back to 1. Okay, and just do the same for the inside. So F10 on your keyboard is edge mode, and you should be able to just press G again, which will repeat the bevel, put the offset to 0.1, or if you want to make it even larger than that, that's fine. And now we can really start to see some definition in the edges here of our furniture. Okay, so now I've got the actual main body of the piece. I want to start making the drawers. So again, I'm going to start from a polycube. And I'm building the drawers as a separate object. It's not necessary to build everything out of one piece. I know some people like to do that, but it really isn't necessary. A quick rule of thumb is, if it would be one piece in the real world, then you might want to try and make it out of one piece in Maya. But like this, if it would be entirely separate pieces in real life, then really a good rule of thumb is you might want to try and make them as entirely separate pieces in Maya. There isn't really a rule that says you have to, It comes down to common sense a little bit, and exactly what you're doing at the time. But generally, if something's made out of a couple of bits in real life, you can definitely get away with making it out of a couple of bits in Maya. So I've got my first draw here, and to make sure this is to scale, I'm just going to duplicate it down, go into object mode, Control D to duplicate, and see if I could fit 3 of them in. Yes, I can just about. So we may have to adjust the size of the cabinet a bit, but I really like the size of the drawers. So if you find yourself in this situation, you can always come in, pull them down so there's a little gap between them. There we go, that's about perfect. And then flick into the side view, grab your main cabinet piece, select its vertex, grab all the bottom ones and pull it down. There we go. Obviously if you're working with exact measurements, you won't have this. But a lot of the time, especially when you're making furniture, you won't have the luxury of that, so we have to do a little bit of eyeballing. Okay, that's fine. So I'm going to actually keep 2 and delete 1. The reason is that I'm going to model the drawers in different ways, and I know that sounds a little strange as they're actually pretty similar, but this one has an edge that goes all the way around, and these 2 do not. So I'll show you why in a second, but we're going to have to model them in different ways. And also, because we are doing a tutorial here, it's kind of nice to show you a couple of different techniques to do the same thing. So I got my first draw, pop into face mode, select it, extrude it inwards, and we're going to do the same with this draw that we did with this top piece. So we're just going to extrude the face inwards so we get the sort of size we want. Okay, I'm just eyeballing that in there, and there's the first lip. And on this cabinet there's actually 2, well, that's quite difficult to see in the reference. So G again, click and extrude inwards again, and that's a little big, so I just want a small lip here. There we go, and down. Alright, so now I've created the 2 pieces around here. I'm going to pull the drawer out and show you what we do with the rest of it. So let's just extrude these now so you can take a look at how this works. I mean, it's nothing you really haven't seen before, but just double click, and I'm going to press G because I should still be on the extrude tool. There we go, pull the first one out just a little bit, and let's get the second one, G, and about halfway in. There we go. Now we've got this attractive lip on our drawer. And again, because with no bevels, it's sort of disappearing, but I think you can see the double step there. Now I want to cut a hole in this and actually scale it inwards a bit, so we've got a front of the drawer that's bigger than the actual drawer body itself. So edge loop tool, you can use the marking menus, or again your tool shelf, and I'm going to put 1 here to make the cut, and 1 here to hold it while I size it down, which will make sense in a second, I'm sure. 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here. Okay, so now I'll be able to select this center face and extrude it inwards, which will give us a hole in our drawer. Because even though in the tutorial piece that you saw, the final shot, the drawers are all closed, as I said before, I like to build assets that can be reused, and I'm gonna maybe have the drawers open on this piece at some point, so better to get it modeled in now while we have the chance. Okay, so let's select the face mode, and just select all these back faces. Okay, make sure you've got all the ones you need and none of the ones you don't. And now I can extrude these inwards, or scale them inwards, so it creates a big lip around the front of the drawer. And that's exactly why I put this extra edge loop here. So when I extrude them inwards, it doesn't become a big slope, which will make sense when I just go to extrude. And let's click that into the center. And now I can actually scale inwards to create a lip around that side of the drawer, the top and bottom, and extrude this way to create a lip around the sides. Now, for me, I would imagine there would be more of a lip up here than up here, so now I can just move the bevel down a bit, and I do want a bit of a lip on the bottom there, and that looks about right to me. Maybe I would scale inwards a little more. There we go. And maybe just a tiny bit more this way. Okay, so now I've got my drawer. I can just select this face, push G again, because we're still on extrude, and just pull this downwards. Now, be careful not to bisect the bottom. You can, of course, nip into the four views and make sure that you do not. Get a nice thickness to it. Okay, so there's our first drawer. Now, we need to come in and bevel it up a bit, which we'll leave until we've got all the drawers done, and then we can do them all at the same time. But that's how we made the first one. So now we've got to make the second two, which require that we do it in slightly a different way. So I'll just go into the side view here, because what I want is to get these lips that we have on this first drawer. I want to get them about the same size. So I can come in with my edge loop tool. Okay, and we have one sort of here, and then a smaller one here. Okay, and now I'm just going to square them. Yeah, you can take a bit more time and measure it out a bit more accurately, but I don't want to make everyone sit and wait during the tutorial. And you'll notice I've drawn none across the top. That's because we don't want the edge across the top right now. So let's come in here, and as we did before, we'll extrude these. So let's just go to face mode and make sure we're on Q for the selection tool. Let's just grab these edges and extrude outwards. So again, mark in menu, extrude face, or just the extrude command on your tool shelf. And pull these out a bit. Let's give a bit of a zoom in there so we can see how much. I think that's about it. You know, and I said before that you could take a bit of extra time to measure this, so this one's exactly as thick as this one, and this one's exactly as thick as this one. But actually I quite like these little discrepancies. I find that when everything is millimeter perfect in CG, you know, your final piece can end up looking a little too CG. And it is possible to come in and resize these afterwards as well. So do not panic if you find you've got slightly the wrong size or you want to change it a little bit. It's really not that difficult. Okay, so that looks good to me. So what I've got now is a double lip drawer, the same as this one, but it's got nothing on the top. So before I cut a hole in it, I'm just going to duplicate it, move it down, and then spin it around. In fact, it's the original that needs spinning around. I can see now. So let's just E to rotate, of course, and if you hold down J, as I said before, it will spin in increments. So nice, easy way to flip it. And there we go. We need to do a bit of spacing, of course, which we will get to during the final cleanup phase. But now we have that similar to the reference, although it's probably quite difficult to see. In fact, I think I'll change the material on these. Just try and make it a bit easier to see the detailing on them. And let's change that to white. Okay, and now we can sort of see that detailing a little better. We're matching the reference. We've got one drawer up here that has these sort of slats that run all the way around, and we've got this bottom pair that do not. Now, we're going to get different bevels on these objects because this has a corner that's cut like so, and this has a corner that's cut like so. We can fix them, and I probably will during the cleanup phase, so these have better cut corners. But to be honest, unless you're getting in sort of this close, you're never going to spot the fact that they have a slightly different bevel. So, you know, please bear in mind, especially with ArcVis, that you don't normally get that long to create a scene. So, you know, there are steps you can take for cleanup, which we will go through, because, you know, it's a tutorial. But bear in mind, when you're doing your own work, you really don't need to concentrate on this tiny detail unless you're going to get a shot like this, with the furniture this close. No one's going to see it at this distance, which would probably be the biggest you would ever shoot the piece on the screen. So, just something to bear in mind there. Okay, when we come back in the next part, we'll take a look at creating the top, and then we'll do the legs, then the trim, and then we'll look at the final cleanup, spacing these out a bit better, maybe getting these more the same size, putting those bevels in, cleaning the corners up and whatnot. So I hope you found this part informative, and I thank you for watching, and I'll see you again in the next part. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we made a start on our main body of our furniture. There's a fair bit of cleanup to do. These bottom drawers here actually need the hole cut in, and then they need scaling down, same as this top one. Add some cleanup with some bevels to do and whatnot, but we'll leave that until the end. I prefer to get the main body of the piece and all the elements together, and then I'll go around and do the little cleanup bits. So in this part I actually want to concentrate on the top of the table, and if we look, it's this rather attractive shape with these round corners, or rounded corners. They're not actually quite round, I think. So the legs come up and it meets as one sort of attractive piece. So there are a number of ways to do this. I'm going to do it by using a curve, making a cornered piece, and I'm only going to make 1/4 of it, and then I'm going to duplicate it across. So in order to get a better idea of what a quarter would be, I'm going to group this together. So just select it all and press Ctrl G, and you notice my pivot point's gone back to the origin of the grid. So I can use the center pivot, which you can find on our shelf, or modify center pivot. Okay, and now I'm going to drop into the top view because I want to get this to the center of the grid. So I need to be selected the group. If I just select a piece, that won't work. So grab the outliner, select the group, and then I can move this roughly to the center of the grid. And then if I zoom in on the handle here, I can press X, which will snap it to the grid, and then I can snap it to the exact center of the grid there. Okay, so now when I start building my curve, I know it has to start here and stop here, and that will be 1/4 of the tabletop. So I'm going to use a Bezier curve for this. Pretty much any of the curves would do. I have a preference for the Bezier one, but whatever you like, we'll do it. And I'm just going to rough this out. So once here, and then I'm going to put a couple of control vertex in here, a couple of control points, just to control the rounded corner part. So let's try and get those sort of equidistant apart, and then finish our curve off here. And you'll want to come in and make sure this is straight. Okay, so that's straight, and now let's straighten this one up too. And you can often save yourself some time doing this sort of thing, by building just 1/4 or 1/2 of a curve and then mirroring it across, as we're going to do now. So this one actually doesn't need to be straight. I'm going to press Ctrl Shift, which should allow me to drag out the handles, and I'm just going to create the sort of rounded shape that I'm looking for, which sort of is about there. Then I'm going to press Enter to finish off my curve, and this gives me sort of that rounded shape at the corner of the table. So if I move this up now, there's a couple of ways I can duplicate this across. I'm going to actually turn it into a piece of geometry first, and to do that I'm going to duplicate the curve, go upwards, and then I'm just going to loft between these two curves like we've done before. Now a while later when we do the trim, I'm going to show you a different way to do a curve and get the polygons out of it, but for right now we're just going to use the loft. So I'm going to go down to Surfaces, Loft, and when I want to have a look, I'll reset the options at this, and what I want is to make sure the span sections is not set at some incredibly high value. I want as little as possible, really. So uniform, all this is fine. It's going to output NURBS, which in this case is fine, and we're going to hit Loft, and it just gives me this. So I have two-sided lighting, and I'll turn it off, so you can see that the surface is actually backwards. This inside portion is, correct, and this outside portion is incorrect. It's just black. So it's normally good to model with two-sided lighting turned off. Now I can convert to polygon now and reverse the normals on that, or I can actually reverse the surface direction on the NURBS object itself. So if I go to Edit NURBS and we want to reverse surface direction, there we go, and you see that now is the correct color. Okay, so if we just move this up, and I'll center its pivot, so I can move it up. And you don't have to move it up. I just like to see it outside the curves, make sure there's nothing terribly wrong with it. And now I can convert this to a polygon. So we want modify, convert NURBS to polygons. Let's just check the options box, and I want control points for a start, and this will give me very little geometry and it will look very square when we first do this. So let's move this up so we can see it in relation to the NURBS object, and you'll see this looks very square, but when we hit the 3 key to smooth, all of a sudden it goes into the same round shape. So we're actually fine on this. Now I want to get rid of any excess geometry before I start to duplicate this across. So let's just go into edge mode, F10 on the keyboard, double click to select this edge and delete edge. Again, it's important to remember not just to delete the edge by hitting the delete key on the keyboard, or it will leave its vertex behind. So delete edge. Okay, now let's smooth that out and make sure that's working nicely. That seems to be about perfect. Okay, if you're unsure about the shape and you wanted to change that before you went any further, if we go back to object mode, and in fact if we undo the changes until this last edge comes in, this last edge here is actually quite handy. If we select the vertex on the top and bottom of it, so grab both those verts, hit smooth, I can now use this as sort of a manipulator to maybe make it a bit rounder, a bit larger, or whatever I want. Okay, so you might want to leave this point in if you want some extra control. Me, I was happy with the original shape, so I can actually just go back to edge mode, F10, sorry, and delete this edge. Don't need it. Okay, so that's nice and smooth. It's pretty much exactly the shape I'm looking for. So we can now duplicate this across. So back to object mode, and we want to make sure we've centered the pivot, and we want to select mesh mirror geometry. Now we need to know which way to mirror it, so this is going to be plus X to start with, because if we look down here, here is X in this direction, so plus X should mirror it across this way. And if we need to do that again to mirror it across in Y, so mesh mirror geometry. If we look at the options box, we've got merge with original and merge vertices selected, so this should now be one coherent object. Now I'm going to come in and select, let's see which direction we are going into. So that's Z, so that should be minus Z mirror. Okay, so if we throw a smooth on there, you'll see what's happened is now it's all joined together. Our edges have collapsed somewhat, and this is not quite as tight as I'd like it to be. So I can come in and start throwing in a control edge. If I just put 2 in just to show you. So I'll use the edge loop tool and I'll put 1 in here and 1 in here. And when I smooth now, this is a much more defined circle than this. So this is, the shape we want, and this is too stretched. But before I start putting those extra edges in, I want to actually make this so it has a top and a bottom, and herein lies one of the problems with this technique of lofting between two surfaces when you want a top. So if we just select the edges all the way around by double clicking and go to mesh fill hole, we'll get a top. It's fine, but it is a giant n-gon. It's a polygon. Well, it's not a polygon, it's an n-gon. It's a face with more than 4 sides. So when I hit smooth now, this is just going to be a disaster. You can get away with an n-gon in certain circumstances. If you can fix them, you probably should. But you know, if you're on a flat planar surface that's not going to deform and isn't going to be smooth, sometimes you can get away with it. But in this case, it's really easy to fix. So what we need is to retopologize the top of this table so it's all in quads. So let's go to object mode, use the mark-in menu to get the interactive split tool up. Whoops. And in fact, for this, I think I'm going to use the original split poly tool. It's far less annoying. Okay, so just click on the edge, slide it up until you meet here. Same here. Click on the edge, slide it up until you meet here. And we're just basically dividing this table into quadded geometry. Okay, so now you can see why I didn't want to put those extra edge loops in until this was done, because once this is done, an edge loop will go straight across the top. Now it won't touch the top because the geometry is incorrect. So just keep pressing G, and let's just keep dividing this up until we get the correct topology. Okay, so let's see what we've got here, and we need another one across this way. Okay, so I've still got some n-gons here. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that's no good. Everything else is pretty much quadded. So let's come in and see where we could perhaps split this up into 2 4s. Okay, and that's going to leave me with a triangle on this corner, which is not really what I want. So let's find a better way to split that. And I think I'll just split it straight down to here. There we go. And that's going to leave us with 1, 2, 3, 4 there, 1, 2, 3, 4 there. So that's going to leave us with no n-gons. You know, if you do create the odd triangle, really in this case it wouldn't matter, but if you can avoid it, you might as well avoid it, especially when it's this easy. Okay, so that's kind of retopologize the top of this table. If I press 3 now, you see that smooths out nice. And more importantly, our edge loop tool will now work. So if I click here, you'll see that puts an edge loop all the way around this way, and here that will put an edge loop all the way around this way. Okay, so we need to add detail later. That becomes pretty easy. Now we've got a quick decision to make. We can, because there's no bottom on this table, let me just move it out for you. Okay, so we've got a top, but we haven't got a bottom. So we could once again go into edge mode, select these bottom edges, fill the hole, and just do the same split poly, which you know is pretty fast. Or there is another way. You can select these bottom faces here and faces, and you probably should do this in the side view, but I think we can. So I've selected all those bottom faces that make up the edge of our table. Now I'm just going to delete them. Now I can select all these top faces, press extrude, so extrude the face and extrude the face upwards. Okay, so we get about the right thickness. And object mode, and now we have a top and bottom that share the same topology. Now when I put an edge loop in, it'll go right around the top, right under the bottom. So now we've got a table that has good geometry, basically. A tabletop, sorry. So I press 3 for smooth. Let's just go back to object mode so we can get a better look. And we've got those wishy-washy corners that aren't very defined. So let's fix that. Now, whenever we're smoothing, we're going to want some control edges to hold the shape. So first I'm going to put one in here to hold the top shape up, and one in here to hold the bottom shape, and then we'll need to create these ones to hold these corners together. Okay, and as I've said before, probably sick of hearing me say it, you might want to take a bit of extra time yourself and get this, you know, a little more precise. And just a couple more. Okay, now when we smooth, we should retain the original shape with rounded corners. No, sorry, wrong button. There we go, as we do. Okay, now there are a couple of tweaks we'll be doing to this top, but right now it's looking pretty good, or pretty top-like. And I might actually save one of these curves, so I'll just hide it for now, Control H. Whoops. Okay, I accidentally grouped that. Control H, alright, wrong key. And let's move this top down and see how it actually fits on the top of the table. And it fits pretty well. Okay, maybe it could do with being a tad wider, but you know, we can always scale that out slightly. It's not really an issue. And there we have the top on our table. It's nice and round, it didn't take too long to do, we managed to get the shape. We've looked at a quick way to just quarter it across, so you don't have to build the curve all the way around. You know, pretty simple really. So in the next part we'll look at using a different or slightly different technique to create this trim around the bottom. We'll still be using a curve, but I'm going to do it instead of lofting, I'm going to use planar, which will create a flat surface that we can extrude backwards. That also creates, as this one did, some problems. We have to retopologize the top a bit. This will also create some problems, and to be honest, I'm going to do it in a different way just so you can see how I clean up both sets of issues. Alright, so that's the top done. We'll come back and do the trim in a second. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this part we're going to concentrate on this decorative trim under here. Now, I wasn't such a fan of this, so I went once again on the internet and grabbed a reference image of something I preferred. If you'd like to create this, you can use the same technique to model the exact reference, or you can find one you like more. I'm going to bring in a new reference image here, and what I'm going to do is this time I will just make this the right size. So I'm going to sort of scale it under here to the size I want the trim to be. Okay, and I'm not going to worry about complete and total accuracy. It's just more of a guideline for me at the moment, and for you, of course. So let's get that approximately the size of the trim. Let's just take some subdivisions away. There we go. So again, depending on what style of trim you picked out, or you know, if you're going to use this one or the one I'm going to use, you can decide on how big it should be. And this for me should be about the right size. Whoops, there we go. Okay, so now I'm going to bring in the reference image, maybe a little tiny bit larger. Okay, there we go. So assign a new material to this. Once again, just a Lambert will do. And I'm going to bring in a file texture of the reference image that I found. And this one was from this table. I kind of like this curvy trim, so I've just cut it out in Photoshop to a more manageable size. And we can just put that on there. Now I can go in the front view and draw a curve around it. So before I do that, I'll just pop it on a layer of its own and turn it to a reference. This way I won't accidentally be able to select it. Okay, so let's pop into the front view and let's just hit 6 to show the textures. And now we can draw a curve around here. So I'm going to create curves, Bezier curve. Although once again, you could do with any curve really. And I'm just not going to worry about how curvy it is right now. I'm just going to flesh out the basic shape. Now, I could make half of this curve and then duplicate it across when I'm finished. But I'm going to make the whole curve. A couple of reasons for that. The first one is it doesn't actually take very long. And the second one, it will give a little discrepancy around, so they won't be identical. You know, wood's going to warp over time, and you're going to get some slight minor differences. And as I said before, I think it all helps to increase the overall look of the piece sometimes to make it not look quite so CG. So just Control Shift click to close up that last point. And make sure we squared that off. There we go. Okay, now I can come in and start Control Shift selecting these points, sort of drag them where I want and drag the handles out and just sort of match up the reference here. Doesn't have to be perfect. So as you can see, once again, this is a technique that will work with any sort of decorative trim that you might have picked out. Okay. And a really nice, easy way of making these, can be fairly complex moldings even. Okay, one thing I would mention that you can do sometimes with this Bezier curve and not notice it unless you're zoomed in, is if I grab the handle, let's just put this in place, if I grab the handle on this and accidentally pull it the wrong way, you'll see it creates a loop. But if you only do a small sort of adjustment, you might not see that. So make sure you are pulling the handles in the right direction. Okay, and this one's going to need some adjusting in here. There we go. And that kind of matches our reference pretty well. Yeah, pretty good. So I'm going to hit enter, which will create the curve, and you'll see it's disappeared, but actually it's just behind the reference image. So if I come in here, it's just there. Okay, so I can now hide this layer of the reference image because I no longer need it. And what we need, of course, at the moment is to turn this curve into some form of geometry. Now, in the past, we've looked at lofting between curves, which has given us a surface like this. This time, I'm going to do it a different way, just to demonstrate it more than anything. So let's center the pivot. Again, modify center pivot, or just use your tool shelf. So let's have a look here what we can do. So under surfaces, we've used this loft. Let's have a look at planar. What this will do is put just a flat surface in. So I can just tell it to use its default settings, and we'll see that's going to just create this NURB surface here, which works pretty well. And then I can come along and convert this NURB surface to polygons. So modify, convert NURBs to polygons. So, and it's this one that's important. If we just go tessellate now, you're going to get triangles, which is probably not what you're looking for. So modify, convert, again, NURBs to polygons. Make sure it's on quads, and depending on the complexity of your curve, you might have to monkey around with these a bit, depending on whether you want it on the control points, you want a standard fit. If I hit tessellate now, the standard fit, it's not great. It's got some issues with it. All can be cleaned up, of course. You should see there probably should be a edge in here and an edge in here. So I mean, we could take that and just run with it. It's not too difficult to fix up. But let's see what we get if we choose another option. Okay, and this time I'll try control points, and I'm pretty sure this is not going to work very well at all. So that will just give us a square box. So in this case, that's not going to do it for us. I'm just showing you a few of the options you have here. Now what we could do is go to count, which will just give us a number of polygons. If I say 100 and make sure it's on quads, this will just give us 100 polys. And this can be sometimes a better base to work with. So you have to make the determination yourself. I'll just work with this one because I think we've probably seen enough of that now. So let's just pull that out. So there's the NURB surface, there is the polygon surface, and there is the NURBS curve. So we don't need the NURB surface any longer. Let's just come in here and hide this curve. Control H. And now, if we extruded this backwards at the moment, we'd have all this geometry that's not necessary on the front, and if I try and insert an edge loop, I think you'll see that it just doesn't work. Now we obviously need that a little better than that because we're going to be cutting in a decorative trim, and this is just a mess. So let's start off by getting rid of stuff we don't actually need. So let's come in and delete these edges out. So just select all the ones that are running across here and delete the edges. And I'm just double clicking to make sure I get the whole edge loop. Okay, so now we've got a fairly evenly spaced curve here. And we're probably going to find some issues with it, because as I look around, there is what appears to be a double edge here. So there's a vertex splitting this off, and there's no edge going up. So if we go into vertex mode, there it is. Okay, so we need to fix these now. Now, depending on how much definition you want, you can just grab them and delete them wherever you find them. And in the case of this, that would be absolutely fine. So this one, for instance, is kind of flat, so I could just delete that. Let me just bring back the one I took away earlier. Actually, that's Control Z, one step too far. So this one here, we can go ahead and delete it. This one here, it might actually be holding the curve in. So if you wanted that sort of sharp point there, you can just use the split polygon tool. So just come up and put one in there, and then one straight up here, and that will stop that being a broken sort of isolated vertex. But in our case, actually we don't need these, so let's come in, just make sure to get rid of them. Okay, so we're looking for unattached vertex here. There's one. Okay, there is one, and there is one. Now I should have gotten rid of all the sort of extraneous geometry. I should simply be able to run an edge loop straight across now. So it's a good way to check that we have nothing wrong, and so obviously we have something wrong. So once again, into vertex mode, and if I zoom in, you can see I've got another one there. So we probably have something similar over the other side. Let's check it. Can't see it. So let's try once again for an edge loop. Okay, so there must be a few of these spare verts hanging around. There is one. And let's check over here. Now here, I can't really see. Aha, there we go. See the top? We've got two there. We've got a very nasty little arrangement up there. So let's, these all appear to be connected. So let's grab this and just get rid of it. And whoops, that's going to delete the whole thing. Okay, so what we need to do is select one of these, hit V, W first to move, V to snap to verts, move it up, select them both and merge them together. Okay, so we can use this merge up here on our toolbar. Right, so I just want to check the bottom corner to make sure that didn't also have a bit of a nasty one. And let's check this top corner, and I can't see anything there. So that should have pretty well fixed up this geometry now. And again, the amount of fixing up you're going to do is going to depend on how you converted this from NURBS to polygons, or from the curve straight to polygons. So, you know, try a few different methods for yourself and see which one works best for you on each piece of geometry you make. But for me, this cleanup is pretty quick. Let's just delete this edge loop we don't need, and we should now run an edge loop in all the way along and till we hit here. So we still have a problem. Okay, I can't see any extraneous vertex, but that doesn't mean that there's not one sitting on top of another one. So if I were to say start pulling some of these out, no, that one looks fine. This one is also fine. What about down here? Okay, no, that seems good. And see, there we have one. So we've got a spare vertex here. You can use vertex face, I sometimes do, to make sure you don't have extra edges and stuff. So if you pop this open, that's normally a good indication if you can see sort of a stray edge in between here of some sort of geometry malfunction. So let's come in and once again put an edge loop in. Okay, and we still have a problem over there. So let's try vertex face. No. So what we've probably got is an unmerged vertex here somewhere, and rather than trying to spend all day trying to fix it, we can select the object and hit mesh merge vertex, edit mesh, merge, which will merge vertex that are on top of each other to this tolerance. So let's hit that. And now I just want to go mesh, clean up, which will get rid of any non-manifold geometry or laminar faces. Okay. And now, with a bit of luck, there we go. So we had an unmerged vertex there somewhere. So, it's important to just check this geometry over when you do any conversion from sort of NURBS to polygons. A lot of the time you will find some slight issues with it. I'm going to get rid of this edge because we don't need it at the moment. And this is looking a bit jagged, but we have nice spacing here, so it should smooth fairly well. And there we go. Put it into object mode so we can see it a bit better. And now, unsmoothed, smoothed, not a huge difference, except this is very nice. It's got perfect quadratic geometry, and we'll be able to now select all these faces and just extrude them backwards a little bit. Whoops, and I must have the smoothing on, so let's just turn that off. And there we go. Let's get a trim that's about right for us, about the right thickness. And there we go. Now, if I just smooth this at the moment, it's going to collapse in on itself because it doesn't have any control edges holding it together. So now is the time when I would make the decision of whether I wanted a smoothed curve or a beveled one. Now, this is pretty smooth without a smoothing operation thrown on it, but it's still a little jaggedy. So I think in this instance, I'm actually going to smooth this, which means I'll need an edge loop at the top here to hold it together. I'll need one at the bottom to hold the bottom curve intact. Then I'll need a couple at the sides to hold the sides in. Okay, and obviously the further this is away from the edge, the more rounded you're going to get. So let's put one in here to stop these sides collapsing, and we should just need one in here. Because we cleaned up the geometry and our edge loop tool is now working, the edge loops we put in on this side also translated around to this side. So now when I smooth, I should just get a nice smooth trim. Okay, still with pretty simple editable geometry. Let's just move that into position, make sure it all fits up nice. Okay. And that looks pretty good to me. Now, one other thing I see on the furniture is this side trim extends outwards. So what we're going to do is just unsmooth this a second. And I'm going to come around here and just extrude. In fact, I'll actually put an extra edge loop in here. And I'm just going to select all of these faces. So let's just grab these, F11 for face mode, Q to make sure you've got the selection tool. Okay, and I'll extrude this outwards. Just run it down the back of the cabinet there. Okay, so this will be this line here, if you can see it well on the reference. Now, for me, that looks okay. Let's just get it lined up. Oops. Wrong one. There we go. All right, fine. Okay, so now I've got that. Problem is going to be that the back of it's going to completely collapse in on itself. So we'll need to put an extra edge loop in there to stop this deformation happening. Okay, now when we smooth, you shouldn't see that any longer, and you don't. Okay, perfect. Alright, so let's do the same on the other side. So once again, we'll put edge loop in. Just to get some thickness to it, and I think that's probably fine. I mean, the detail underneath the cabinet, like these edges, probably wouldn't be mited in like this, although they might be, depending on the cabinet design. But it's very rare that I get underneath a piece of furniture and shoot upwards, so generally I don't spend too much time and attention on details like that. So let's just once again grab these faces. Whoops, that's a side face actually. Okay, and extrude outwards. Okay, we can line that up a bit better later, but that looks about fine, and we're going to need a control edge loop in there so it holds its shape when we smooth it. Okay, and let's take a look at this now. Smooth, object mode. Okay, looks great. So we've got our decorative trim, and obviously this it's a little too narrow, so we'll come into the front view where we can get a better look. Go to vertex, and what I want to do is just grab a few somewhere it won't be that noticeable, so maybe, yeah, let's go to the edge here, and W to move them out, and just move them out a little bit. Whoops. Let's do the same with this edge here. Okay, in fact this one's should be fine. Perfect. Okay, so let's put our decorative trim and side sort of beading on. So I'm going to leave that for this part, and in the next part we'll come back and we'll look at putting some legs on this thing, at which point we are almost good to go. So thank you for watching, and I shall see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. In this part we're going to take a look at making the legs, which will fit on the side of our cabinet here and then under our decorative trim. Not sure if you can see it well enough on this reference image, but the inside of these legs appear to be actually hollow, and this part at the bottom is the full round. So I would imagine that this top cabinet is actually balanced on these legs. These are acting as sort of something to support the weight. So let's go ahead and make that, and I'm going to start with a polycylinder, and I'm just going to get this to roughly the right size. I mean, as we've said, we can always adjust later on. So let's just scale up until I find a size that I'm sort of happy with. And you might have noticed I have introduced a ground plane here. That's just to give me an indication of how long the legs would be, so I don't, go under the ground plane. And actually this is probably much easier in the top view. There we go. Let's get this leg, so it's just bisecting the table there. There we go. And then let's have a look to see if it's actually wide enough. And I think that's a bit skinny. So once again we can come back and we can sort of scale. Okay, so let's check this. And that looks to be about the perfect width, maybe a little bit too fat, but we can always change that. Okay, there we go. That looks about perfect, really. Let's check the reference again. Yeah, they're not exactly ginormous legs, so I think we're good. Tiny bit bigger. All right, so I'm going to cut this out. I'm going to cut this into 1/4. I'm going to cut out of it so it produces an L shape at the back. In fact, this is probably much easier if I just go ahead and do this. But because I want to cut 1/4 of it out, my polycylinder at the moment has 20 subdivision axes, and I want it to have 24. Simply because I want to cut 6 pieces out, and 6 now is 1/4, whereas before 5, of course, would have been 1/4. So let's get a face mode, and let's just cut out. In fact, let's cut the right 6 pieces out. So it doesn't actually matter, but I just want 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just want to, as I said, cut this into 1/4, which would be there. There we go. Okay, just double check that. Okay, so what I would do is cut a quarter out like so, and then fill this in so it's got sort of an L cut into it. But before I do that, I want to actually duplicate the object. So Control D, and then scale this down. So it doesn't matter what scale at the moment, just pulling it out of the way. And then we want to cut, once again, 6 of these. So if I just go back to face mode, my selection is still active. I can just hit delete. Okay, so now I've got this sort of hollow pipe. Okay, I want to bring this piece down. So let's go back to object mode and select this one. I want to bring this down towards the floor. But I can see that this is too long, so let's set vertex on this and just pull them up through the floor plane. There we go. So what I'm using this piece for is this will be the round leg. So on our reference, we've got the top part of the leg has an L cut into it, but the bottom part of the leg is still completely round. So to achieve that, I've built, 2 identical objects. And what I'm going to do is now get rid of the faces on this one that I don't need. So realistically, it's the opposite faces. Okay, so delete. And I'm probably not going to need those. I'm definitely not going to need, should I say, these inside faces either, because we don't want 2 sets of faces stacked up on top of each other. Okay, a little awkward in the selection there, and delete. And I don't need any of these bottom faces. Okay, and there are, of course, other ways to do this. Some of them would be easier, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to show you how you could take 2 objects like this and attach them together to form a more complex shape. So let's move this down, and we want to be fairly accurate about the placement of this. We want to get it on the bottom, which the bottom of the leg already has faces, which is why we deleted these bottom faces. So let's flip into our 4 view. I'm just pressing F to focus the camera so I can get a good look here, and let's pull this down until it meets the bottom of the leg. Okay, so we now still have 2 separate objects, but as you can see, I would have one base that was round and one with an L cut into it. So in order to make this one object, I'll go mesh, combine. Now that's not going to make it one object, that's just going to make it so when I select it, it selects as one object. But to be honest with you, if I smooth this right now, you can see that this is not actually attached to this. So what we need is to just merge the vertices of this piece to this piece. We need to merge all these bottom verts. In fact, if we come in here, we can actually see where my spacing wasn't that good. So if I go to vertex and just merge these together, so I'm going to use the shelf. Okay, and then just G to repeat. And don't worry, these are a little uneven, but we'll straighten them out in 2 secs. And G, and G, and G. So now they're all merged together. Let's select them all. In fact, that bottom one will probably need merging too, and now I've disappeared under the floor. So let's come in here, a bit of an awkward selection, and just merge this too. Okay, so that should be all those bottom verts merged together. Select them all. Press R to scale and just scale them all in towards each other. And now they should all be exactly the same. If I look in the side view here, they're all straight, basically. Okay. So even though we were a little inaccurate on our original placement of the object, it doesn't take a lot to come back and straighten them up later. Now, I'm also going to need to connect this vertex to this tube here, but I can't because there's nothing to connect it to. So let's rectify that. Let's add in a edge loop. Okay, and once again vertex mode, Q to clear that tool, and just merge. So you can also use the marking menus for this. Merge verts, it doesn't matter which way you do it, whichever way you feel is faster for you, and G to repeat the same command. Okay, now these actually are one object. But we see, so when I smooth now there's not a big hole, well there is here, but there's not a big hole between these two because they're one piece. Alright, now a couple of problems become immediately evident. When I have a look around this, you can see that this looks a different color from this. This is due to the fact that this will have a hard edge along it where we joined it together, and in fact we can visualize that by going to display polygons, and you should see soft hard edges. Alright, so everything that's dotted is a soft edge and everything that's solid is a hard edge. Now I would expect at the moment this to be a hard edge and this to be a hard edge along the bottom. As you can see, all the edges along this tube are actually soft except for these two. So we need to come in, select edge mode, F10, select them both, and we just want to go to normals, soften edge. Okay, now if I have a look around it again, you can't actually see any difference between the two pieces now. Alright, so if you ever see that large discrepancy between two bits you've joined together, make sure that you don't have any either hard edges in the wrong place or any soft edges in the wrong place, which you can get on display polygons, soft and hard edges. I'm just going to turn this back to standard edges now. It's just easier to see what I'm doing. And now I need to fill in this L-shaped gap. And again, there are a few ways to do this. You could select all these edges and fill the hole, and or you could bridge across this way or bridge across this way. It's up to you. I'm going to select the edges here and the other edge down here, and I'm just going to bridge. Alright, that's bridge should be linear and number of divisions 0. And then I'm going to select this edge here and this edge all the way up here, and I'm going to press G to bridge again, and once again I'm just going to turn that to linear and 0. Okay, now we use the bridge, so it probably merged the vertices for us, but let's check. So let's click here and see what happens when we move this one. The whole top moves, so that means all those verts in the middle there are merged together. And let's just check this one. Yeah, bridge normally gets this right, but it never hurts to double check everything. And this one here might be a problem. It is. Now the problem we're experiencing here, let's just make sure. Oh no, actually it's absolutely fine. So for once Maya did its job completely correctly and we have no cleanup to do. So now we've got this leg shape which can be so pivot's probably miles away. Let's center the pivot. We've got this leg shape which can now be pushed into the corner of the cabinet like so. It doesn't bisect the geometry, but more importantly it will leave a gap between the leg and the main body of the cupboard. Now if we refer to the reference, you can see there is a definite gap here between the cupboard and the main body of the leg. And the problem with just sort of taking this and shoving it inwards, so you know, we get a bisection, is that doesn't render well sometimes. So we wouldn't get that distinction between the leg and the cupboard, which is exactly what we were looking for. So, you know, if we look at it from this angle as well, obviously you need to space it out correctly. Okay, we'd also be looking for a gap between the cupboard and the leg on this side too, which by creating that L shape is exactly what we get. So, a few other things that I wanted to do with this. First off, this sort of hole is now in the wrong position. What this hole is for is to rest this whole top cabinet on. So let's create the verts here and scale upwards till it's the right size. Okay, now we've got a piece of furniture that's actually resting on this hole here. And what we happen to have now is a good leg. Okay, but we're not quite finished yet, because if we come in here and try and smooth this leg, which we probably would do with a round object, then it all goes a bit wrong. So we're going to need to put those control edges in, and this is where something that's up until this point has been quite simple can become quite a pain in the backside. So let's just put an edge loop in at the top. That will hold the top edge so it won't, you know, go, and we'll need to put another one of those at the bottom, of course. Okay, so now this thing will hold its basic shape. So if I smooth it now, it holds its basic shape from this direction, but not so much from this direction. So we're going to have to put some edge loops in to hold this L together. And an easy way to do that is to go back here and come in here, and obviously we're going to need one round here. And one round here. Now for us, we're also going to need to put some edge loops in here, which is where it can get a little tricky. This is where you can end up with some bad geometry. So let's check out what we've got here. And what we've got, first of all, the triangles, which I said before are honestly no great disaster, especially here where this piece is never actually going to be seen. But we can, do a little better just for the sake of the tutorial. So let's go back to object mode, and let's go to the interactive split tool, or the split poly tool, depending on which version of Maya you're on or which you prefer. And let's just create an edge around here. Okay, so now all of these are quads, but all of these are still triangles. Now, easy way to fix it would just be to go to edge mode, F10, and select these edges here and delete them. Okay, no, wrong edges. I want this one, yeah, my mistake, this one, and delete. Okay, now these are quads. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4 sides, and these are also quads. Okay, so that just gives us a little bit of better geometry. Honestly, in this case, it wouldn't make that much difference, but while we're here, and I want to put an edge here and also here, which will hold this middle section together. So let's smooth now, and we're slightly better, but we're still quite nasty down here. Okay, so we're just going to have to go and keep retopologizing this area until we get it right. So the first thing I can see wrong is that if we go down here, we're going to be left with some nasty geometry which we'll have to clean up. So let's, first things first, just use the split poly tool to connect to here, and let's press G to do that again, which will connect us to here. Okay, and I'd also like to run an edge loop around. Hang on, sorry about this, folks. My mouse seems to be having a bit of a conniption. There we go. I'd also like to run a loop all the way around here. Okay, so just press G to get the split poly tool back up. And in fact, I'll run it out all the way from this edge. And okay, so now I've got a control edge around here, but that's left us again with some triangles. It's left us with some n-gons. So if we just take a look at what our smooth looks like now, you'll probably see some pinching down here, and probably this won't look excellent. As you can see, it does not. It's not bad. I mean, to be honest with you, I would be very, very tempted to call that a day if I was making this one of my own projects, because no one's ever going to see it. But let's get it right just because we can. So let's focus in on this middle bit here that's a little broken. Okay, and the first thing I know is that this piece of geometry, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it'll have an edge here, 5. This is an n-gon. So let's create some, let's see, object mode, and interactive split tool or split poly tool once again. Not so much of a problem. And G to repeat that command. There we go. And I'm going to tie this edge up. So that's just anything. straighten that up in a minute. I'm going to tie this edge up here, like so. Okay, but that leaves me with some triangles here, so let's get rid of those. And again, quite simple, really. Let's just calculate what we don't need. We don't need that. We don't need that. That leaves us with a quad. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And these are also quads, even though they look like triangles, because they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 4. These are 4 and 4, so we're pretty good there. We have, by running this edge out here, created an n-gon, and we can fix that too. So this happens when you're modeling sometimes, you know, you fix one set of problems only for another to crop up, but so at the moment we're looking pretty decent. Let's just go into object mode. And the only thing wrong now, because that center looks fine, it's holding, it's a little bit of pinching down here. And that's because we've got some, you know, untied edges up. So let's have a look at what we could do to fix this. Okay, so let's have a look at what we could do about this, because this is now a 5-sided n-gon, which is no good, and also it's leading to some rather nasty pinching here at this corner. So let's come down here, shall we, and let's just split. Let's use the interactive split tool and just split this out down here like so. Okay, and now I'm going to come down to probably about here, and I'm just going to draw the line around. So we come up the other side. Okay, and now this is 4-sided now. This is 4-sided, this is 5-sided, and this is a triangle. So there's a very easy fix for that. Let's once again, interactive split tool. Okay, so now we're a quad. 1, 2, 3, 4, quad. Quad, quad, quad. Okay, perfect. And let's have a look. Okay, oh, sorry about that, folks. Maya just froze up on there for a second. So as I was saying, sorry if your video skipped a bit. Let's have a look. And we got some nasty bulges around here. So I can see what's happening here. We've got no edge going up. So let's take care of that. Let's just use the split poly tool. And let's put an edge that goes up to the top here. Let's zoom out a second. There we go. And let's get that like so. There's one there, and we'll need one for the other side. In fact, I should probably go ahead and connect that all the way up. Okay, and G. Let's just put one in here too. And we'll connect this down the bottom. Okay. One here, and that's not quite perfect, but it will be good enough for this. So now, again, let's have a look. All right, much better. Okay, so there we go. There is our L cut into our leg, our L shape, should I say. And now it's just a case of popping it on the cupboard. Right, so I mean, it seems like a lot of work, but without that L cut into it, it's never going to render right. We need this gap between furniture and leg. Okay, so we worry about the exact spacing of that when we come back in a second and finish off the rest of the detailing of the actual leg. So we'll add some more of these decorative elements. We'll add this fluting here and this fluting here. We'll put this taper in and, you know, add all the little knickknacks, doodads down the bottom to make it look more like a proper foot. Okay, so thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. Let's jump straight in with the modelling of our leg, and I just want to get this sort of step in here and then this flute downwards. So if we grab our leg here, especially along the bottom, let's go back to object mode, let's turn the smoothing off, so 1 on the keyboard and 9 for vertex. Let's taper it in slightly, and I just select all these verts along the bottom and scale them in. Okay, so now we've got a slight tapering, same as here. And the other thing I want to get is this step down piece. So let's come in and put another edge loop in here. Okay, and the point is that I get two very close together. So now when I select that edge, I should just be able to scale inwards and it gives me a nice step. Okay, so let's check that. So that's stepped in now, that's lovely. And if you want, you can put another edge loop in here and one here, so that will hold that step nice and tight when we smooth. Okay, so now I've got a nice sort of step in. If I look to the reference, there's also a hole cut down here and a ring going around it just to sort of finish the foot off. So let's put those details in. So first let's cut the hole. So for that we'll just put two edge loops in where we want the hole, so one here and kind of one here. And then I'm going to select the faces, so just double click its neighbor, and then I'm going to extrude, and let's set that to the center. Let's click the handle like so and just drag that in a bit to create sort of a lip. Let's see, how thick do we want that? No, that's too many. That's about perfect. Okay, and then I'm going to want, and obviously I'm going to need some control edge loops, or that's not going to retain its shape. So let's just throw one here and one here, and let's check that. That's about perfect. Now obviously you can take your time again with the spacing, but I'm just going to do this right quick for the tutorial. And now I'm going to make a little sort of donut shape that comes out here. So one there and one there, and maybe I'll move this one a bit lower down, grab this one and move it a bit lower down as well, and then I'll select the faces around, and I'm just going to extrude again, but this time instead of inwards, outwards. So scale like so. Okay, and that gives me sort of a ring around there, and just select this edge all the way around, so double click it. I'm going to move it up slightly, and this one, and I'm going to move it down slightly. Okay, now I'm going to select this edge row here, bevel, and this, and bevel, and when we smooth this now, it should look rather nice. So let's go back to object mode and 3 to smooth, and there's sort of a much more decorative bottom of my foot there. Now if I look, this bottom piece isn't really anything more that needs doing. That looks pretty good. So let's come out here, and yeah, that looks pretty good to me. I might just taper the bottom a little more, but to be honest I think it's fine. Let's go for a slight extra taper on the bottom. Okay, yeah, that's nice. And then, you know, I can come in, and if I want this cut any deeper, or this step any deeper, but actually I think it's about spot on. Alright, so I'm happy with that. Now if we look at some additional detail that we've got these sort of thin flutes cut into both the top and the bottom of the leg, you know, and I think at the minute we're matching the reference pretty well. Let me just take another look. No, it looks good to me. So I'm going to cut these flutes in, but first I just want to move this back towards the cupboard so I can kind of see where I want them. Alright, so I'm going to want sort of one here, and then one at the front, and then maybe one more round to this side. Okay, whoops. So I can't just sort of shove one of these faces backwards, because that would do all sorts of terrible things when we smooth. So what we've done in the past is we've made the adjustments, and then we've put in the edges to hold the shape. Now I'm going to put the edges to hold the shape in first. So I'm just going to come and I'm going to put one up here, and then I'm going to go 1, 2 and 3, and I'm going to put them fairly close together. This one should be slightly further apart. So that will be where my flute starts, and down here will be where it stops. So let's put one here, and then 1, 2, 3. Okay, now select the face. You want to act as this sort of indentation here. I'm not actually sure what it's called in woodworking terms. And I think this one. So let's select all the faces. Not that one. Like so. Just so you've got a line with those two, this long one here, and then those two. And let's extrude. And let's just extrude inwards a little bit. Let's have a look at how deep we're going. So that's about right. And then I'm going to want to scale this a little bit down and a little bit inwards. Okay. So when I smooth this now, this might be a little bit too much. There we go. When I smooth this now, it'll look like a very nice sort of cut in hole as matching the one on the reference. Now all I need to do, because the control edges are already in, all I need to do now is select where I want the other ones. So I think I want one more here. Let's see where that would be in relation to the front of the cabinet. Let's get one right at the front. So this one should do it. So again, faces, go 1, 2, 3, and down and pick up these other two. And once again, you're going to need to extrude that inwards. Okay, and let's just check how far that's gone in. That's about fine. And now we're going to scale down just a little bit and scale in. Okay, so there we go. That's started to cut out these shapes from the front of the leg. There we go, very nice. And I think I'll take one more of those and put it on this side. So let's get these equidistant apart. So we've got one cut and then 2 and then 1. So then 1, 2 and then 1. Okay, just get the spacing right so it looks nice. And again, extrude inwards. Middle mouse button is stuck. Just a second. Okay, sorry about that. I don't know why that button keeps sticking. And let's just push this inwards. That's about far enough. And once again, scale down just a little bit. Scale in. Okay. And that does it for these top sort of fluted bits around the top of the leg. There we go. Looks nice. So let's put some in down the bottom here. And again, it's just the same procedure, pretty simple really. So let's put one edge loop here, and then we'll want one, and we'll make these slightly smaller, 3, and that should do it, and 1 here, and then 1, 2, and 3. Okay, try and keep them an equal distance apart. These two should be about the same size. You know, I don't think you need to worry about it too much. This piece of the furniture is, you know, going to be pretty far away from the action. So, right, face 1, 2, 1, and 1, 2. So again, I'm just going to really repeat this procedure. This is the kind of thing that I would normally do off camera, but it is pretty quick to just get it done. So let's scale that in, have a look to see if that's looking okay. It is. So it's in about the right place for me too. So I'll just put those other two in. And there's that one. And there's that one. Okay, so we are just about done with our leg now. Let's have a look at it. Looks pretty good. It's a bit more decorative than it was before. It's got this very nice attractive sort of foot piece on the bottom now. It's got these sort of cuts in it, and it's nice and ready to be fit to the side of our table. Our chest of drawers here, sorry. So there we go. Now that's our leg pretty much done. In the next part I want to come back and look at some other adjustments we might need to make. And in fact, before we do anything else or break for the next part, I remembered that we actually forgot to cut the holes in these drawers the same way we did for this one. Now I'll do one of them again quickly because it doesn't take a minute. You can always refer back to the part where we did this and you'll find the technique's the same, but I'll just do one more on camera. So let's just put an extra edge loop in here. Okay, like so. And we're going to need one at the back here because we're going to want to push this large face in now to act as the drawer. Okay, but before we do that, we want to put the lip on, so this has to be smaller than the front panel. So let's just delve into the side view. Let's focus here and let's grab all of these faces. Okay, so making sure we don't have any selected on the front. We do not. We can now just extrude these inwards. So I'm just going to press extrude there, click here, and once again we're just going to scale downwards. So that gives us the lip on the top and bottom. Okay, and then push downwards so the lip on the top is bigger than the lip on the bottom, and then scale inwards. Whoops, there we go. Okay, so now we've got a drawer with a kind of lip on it. Now click the center face there, press G to extrude again, and just extrude downwards, making sure you of course don't go through the bottom of the drawer. Alright, so I mean you could check that in the side view to make sure that it's okay. Where are we? Side view there. Yeah, and it's fine. Alright, so I'll leave you to do the last drawer, the bottom one there. As you see, it's not exactly very difficult. And I'll come back and we'll look at finally finishing this piece off, doing all the last little tweaks, the edge bevels and whatnot that need doing. We'll also look at turning this one piece into 3 pieces. In the break, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate these legs and just move them into position. And I will see you in the next part. So, thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. So here's our piece of furniture with all the legs on. Now you might have noticed that in the tutorial we just cut 3 of these little flutes here in the legs. I actually just went ahead before I duplicated it and cut a few more. The same applies to the bottom. I actually cut them all the way around. So just using exactly the same technique that I did before to make the front free. I just went, 2 faces in, cut another one, 2 faces in and cut another one. So we're almost done with this now. There are a couple of little details I want to put on. First and foremost, the beveling to these drawers. Now it's pretty simple. There's just the reason I'm doing it on screen instead of just saying to you just bevel these edges is because just one thing that I wanted to show you. So when I go into edge mode, and obviously I want to bevel most of the hard edges on this, so if I click this, it'll select the whole edge loop, and I can go to bevel, and I get this nice kind of bevel here. It's too much, but I'll just turn it down to 0.2, and I got this nice sort of chamfer here, which is a bevel with one segment. So I'd go ahead and do that basically to all of these hard edges on this drawer. Okay, nothing to it really. What I wanted to show you, however, was, and just get those the size you want them. Okay, what I wanted to show you, however, this bevels quite nicely. But if we come down, because we made this drawer, let's do it on the bottom one, it's easier to see. We made this drawer in a different way, even though it looks the same, it is different. So if I select this now, let's just say I was to select this edge and this one, and bevel it, you get a bevel with this corner cut in, and it's quite sharp and it doesn't look as nice as this one here. Now, I know it's a really small point and you're never going to see it, but a real lazy man's sort of fix to this, if you don't want to spend a long time on it, which you probably shouldn't for something this tiny. So I'm just going to Control Z that bevel off. A real lazy man's fix for it is if we select the interactive split tool, or the split poly tool, and split from here to here. Okay, I'll just do this one for now, and then I'll select these edges around and bevel. Okay, we now get, instead of a triangle in the corner, we get all quads. This is a quad, quad, and quad, as opposed to what we got before without that split, which was a triangle, which is not really an issue in this case, but it does make for a nicer bevel when you have this arrangement. And if I just flip off object mode, so this is nicer than this kind of sharp hard edge which will catch the light. So, you know, and that bevel's way too big, so it'd probably look more like that. And let's get this one like that. Okay, so this one's going to catch the light just slightly, ever so slightly better than this one, and it also removes a triangle from your geometry. So not such a huge thing really, just a really lazy man's way of doing it. So let's cut off those bevels, and before you bevel those edges, you might want to just put an extra split in. Okay, that way when you bevel, and in fact let's just do the whole bottom drawer and the next drawer up as well, because I'm going to duplicate these drawers in a second to build slightly different pieces of furniture. So let's just actually get it done now. Whoops. Okay, if you find you put one of those in the wrong place, you can just use the backspace key. Okay, and I'll have to do this one up here too. Obviously this one is already done because of the way we extruded it out. And there you go, interactive split tool being a pain in the backside again. So just backspace, there we go. Okay, so just G. G to repeat the last command, obviously. Alright, so now I have to come in, of course, and select these edge loops and just bevel everything out nicely as it is on this top drawer. So we're going to take this edge and I'm just going to flick this viewport to default materials because selecting these edges on white is a bit of a pain. So if you just go up to here and click use default materials, we'll be able to get a much better look at where we're actually selecting our edge. Okay, so for this bevel that will be fine. Bevel. Okay, and let's take a closer look at it to make sure it's actually okay. It's absolutely fine. Double click. Whoops, wrong one. Double click. And double click and bevel and get that to an appropriate size for you. So in this case maybe 0.2. That's perfect. And let's just take the outside edge and G to bevel, or G to repeat the last command, of course, and let's just make that a bit smaller. Okay, maybe a tad larger, and there we go. So, you know, that's a quick fix to beveling these edges to get them to look slightly nicer. And I'm going to repeat the process now with this bottom drawer, for which I'll just pause the camera. Okay, so I just beveled in those edges around the drawer. I just wanted to show you that quick trick with splitting the corner there to get a slightly nicer bevel. Alright, now a couple of other things I wanted to discuss. If I bring our reference back that we used to create this decorative trim, you'll see that it has, and I have default material on, which is why there doesn't appear to be a picture here or here, so I have to turn that off. Okay, you'll see that if I pull this out, you'll see that this one has kind of a decorative cut-in along the bottom edge, and I really like that, so we'll go ahead and put that in. So let's grab this and let's just yank it out a second, just so we can see a bit more what we're doing, and I'll make sure the smoothing is turned off it by pushing 1. I'm just going to come in and put a couple of edge loops in I can use to cut that hole out of. So one about there maybe, and one maybe there. Then I'm going to select the faces. So let's just select this face here and come out and select this one here. And we are going to run into a problem with this, which is why I'm going to do it on camera instead of just saying for you to extrude it backwards, which is indeed what we're going to do. And if I, whoops, let's get a bit of focus here so I can see how deep I'm extruding. Okay, that'll be fine. That'll do nicely. You'll see though that I've got a couple of extra faces left behind. So there's one here, and there should be another one there too. And let me just check to make sure I didn't just punch a hole in my own geometry. Can't see anything nasty that's cropping up. Ah, yeah, actually I do see something. Let's have a look. Let's focus in here. Okay, and we've got a hole. So we can just bridge that over. Sorry, can't seem to get the camera to focus on it. There it is. We've got this hole here we can just bridge over. So edge mode and just bridge. Okay, that's far too many. So divisions of 0, linear bend. Alright. So we've probably got the same problem on the other side. And you're going to get that sometimes when you extrude backwards on a piece of geometry like this because of those sideboards that we've got. And there we go. So if I come in here, and there I've got 2 extra faces and probably another hole. So let's just take those away. Again, these are all details that if you miss, they'll probably never be noticed, but you should fix them, you know, just in case. And edge mode 1 and 1. And linear. Alright, so that's kind of patched that up. Now if we want to smooth this, you'll see that this gets very kind of shallow. So at the moment it looks like a big deep trench. If we just hit smooth, it gets kind of shallower, and depending on the look you're going for, you can leave it like so, or of course if you want to tighten it up a bit, you can of course put some extra edge loops in there to hold it together. So I'm going to put one about here and one, whoops, wrong way, and one about here, just so when I smooth it holds together a little more. Alright, like so is about perfect for me. Okay, so let's shove this back into its position under the drawer, and I'll worry about the exact sort of spacing off camera. So now we've got just this top to deal with. For a start, I don't think it's actually sort of wide enough, and if we look at the reference, you'll notice that it's got sort of a decorative lip cut onto it. So let's kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's make it first off a little wider, which I'm just going to do by literally scaling it. Okay, that's better. And now I want to cut the decorative lip. So let's take the smoothing off by hitting 1. Let's take this edge, double click it, get rid of it. And this edge, double click it and get rid of it. They were just the edges we put there before to, you know, make sure it didn't smooth too much. And right now I'm going to cut a lip in this by putting an edge loop in. We have out here. Okay, and then I'm going to select the bottom faces. So make sure I got them all. and extrude. And I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to extrude these out just a little bit. That's a little bit too much. And I can probably actually do this by doing a thickness of, say, 0.1. That's not quite thick enough, is it? No. Let's try a thickness of 1. Alright, that's much better. Okay, so we've just extruded that out a little bit, which when we smooth down will put a very nice decorative lip on this. We will of course have to put our edges back in to control our smoothing. Okay, now on a thumb 3, if I just go back to object mode, you'll see we've got a nice decorative lip just cut into the top of the table. So, you know, this piece is pretty much done right now. There is one other thing I want to do with the top, but well, I'll show you quickly. Basically, on the reference, the top is kind of bowed out. So if we just select a few vertex from the middle of the table, okay, press B to arm soft selection, W to move. And if the soft selection doesn't look like this, by the way, I think we've covered this before, but I'll quickly do it again. You can change the fall off radius by just double clicking the tool. And in this case, under soft selection, you'll see this fall off radius. So if I just pull this out now, and the fall off radius may be a bit high now. So let's just change that. And where have you gone? There you are. Okay, I'm just going to pull that out. And what we get is this nice, attractive sort of bulge in the front. And I would do the same with the sides, and in fact I will, but not right now because I need this table, this whole piece to be duplicated so I can start working on another piece. Alright, so now we're about done with this, and you know, those little tiny changes can make a huge difference. Putting the decorative lip on here, adding the sort of nice lip edge, whatever you call it, fancy edge to the top there. You know, they do tend to enhance the piece a bit, and maybe this is a little too much. And again, it's not really a problem. We could go down to the poly extrude face where we made that a thickness of 1 and change it to, say, 0.5, and that'll come in a bit, and that's better. Alright, so I want to make 2 other pieces of furniture out of this, you know, in pretty much the same style. I want to make one that has just shorter drawers and one that is shorter to be a bedside table. So I can't just, if I were to say grab this whole piece and group it, Control G, if I just grab the group and start making it smaller, you know, that's just not going to work. The legs are going to change size, they're going to be the wrong shape, the top's going to be a disaster. Really, we can't do it that way. It is easy, not quite that easy, however. So the first thing I'm going to do is select the drawers and the main body and combine them. So mesh, combine. Then I'm going to move the piece outwards, after duplication of course, Control D. I'm going to move the piece outwards, and instead of scaling, I'm just going to grab the vertex along one side, hit B because I don't need soft selection anymore, and then get it to a size that I want it. So that's looking about perfect. Alright, so now I would have one piece with full drawers and one piece with half drawers. The same goes for the top. The top can also be a bit tricky. You can't just scale it inwards, so find the center point of this. And you know, I would normally do this by snapping it to the center of the grid as we did in one of the other parts, but right now, for the sake of getting this done quickly, I'm just going to eyeball it. So like so, and like so. Okay, so this gives us our top. And of course, we should have duplicated that first. Forget my own head if it wasn't screwed on sometimes. And vertex, grab them, push them this way, and these ones, push them this way. So, you know, I'll leave you to get the spacing correct on that. I just wanted to show you how I slimmed these down. The same thing goes for this decorative trim, although this is a little different because you can actually get away in this instance with just scaling it down. Okay, but what happens if you scale it too far? You see these points, they become way too sharp, and all this geometry sort of mashes together in the corner. So again, you can Control D, move that out. You can do this with a vertex. What I like to do in this case is get into a front view. So, and I don't want to grab all the vertex. I just want to grab everything from, say, here to here. And then I'm going to scale these in. Right. And then I can actually grab these and move these ones in. That stops the corners from getting too sort of mashed together. Okay, let's have a look. And we seem to have not sort of jammed it all together so much. Now, you can, of course, I mean, this works absolutely fine for this piece. But sometimes, you know, if you've got a smaller piece, you might want a different shape trim, because this is kind of flowy and this is a bit jammed together. And also for a smaller piece, I probably make it a bit shorter as well. Again, that all comes down to personal preference and how different you want these pieces to look. I am just simply showing you how I would normally, and I do this for pretty much every piece of furniture I make. I always try and get a few extra little items out of it. You know, you don't normally get that much time to hand over an ArcVis shot, so anything you might have lying around that can be thrown in at the customer's request is never a bad thing. So Control D to duplicate over the legs. So again, just duplicate over the legs, Control D, and now we've gone from one piece of furniture to two. You know, they're not radically different. If they were sold in a shop, they'd probably be sold as part of a set, but it does give you different pieces for different scenarios. And the last one I wanted to do was a simple bedside table, which will be about the same width as this, but it's only going to have one drawer. So let's just go to Edit Mesh, Mesh, and then separate these, because they don't need to be and shouldn't be separated. So let's do the same for these. Separate. Okay. So I'm going to go over with this main piece. So Control D and just pull that out. Now for a bedside table, we know that this height of this thing is 95 centimeters. For a bedside table, I've seen they come in all shapes and sizes. I want mine to be about 60 centimeters high, I should think. So let's go into the foreview and grab the measure tool so we can get sort of 60 centimeters. So create measure tool, distance tool. I'm going to click here and about 60 centimeters. Now, 60.4, that's not bad for just eyeballing it. Okay, so let's now take this and I'm going to do the same trick with the vertex, and let's scale that down to about 60 centimeters. That looks about right. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to use this full and complete draw. Control D, sort of move that into position. Now obviously we might have to do a bit of tweaking here. And vertex on the bottom of the drawer and get it into position. Alright, so this would give us a cabinet with just one drawer, which we could then use as a bedside table. And in fact, all this furniture making, this is the actual piece we'll be using on the final shot. So again, with the legs, Control D, because we can't just scale these down either, we're going to have to do a thing where we grab the vertex again and just move those down to the correct proportions. Okay, whoops, that's UV. So there we go. And now you can duplicate this one across, or you can just duplicate these across, of course, and just slide them into position. Whoops. And shove that one down there. Okay, now I was hoping to finish off here, but I've noticed one massive thing that we have missed. So we have managed to get our three pieces of furniture, little bedside table, sort of half chest of drawers, full chest of drawers. But what we're actually missing is the drawer handles. So I'm going to come back and show you how to design. I'm actually going to do a more decorative one than this, but one of these. In the break, I'll go ahead and just duplicate over the rest of these legs and get these pieces organized, so the tops aren't floating in midair and stuff. I urge you to do the same if you're following along with me. If not, you'll be able to find all of these scene files in the project directory that came with the download. So once again, I hope to see you in the next part, and thank you very much for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part, we left off with our cabinet in need of a handle. So I went online to see if I could find a design I liked, and I came across this. Now, I'm not enthusiastic about this sort of piece here, but I really like this sort of mesh construction. So I went ahead and I took the liberty of adding that. So I thought it would be quite nice for us to go over the creation of this. It uses a few different modeling techniques that we haven't seen before, and it gives, I think, a nice final look to our cabinets here. Okay, so in order to get this done, as it will be a separate thing for me, I kind of save handles and doorknobs and things like this, and reuse them on different pieces of furniture. I'm actually going to start this in a new scene. So I'll just save here for the tutorial, and we're in a new scene. So the first thing I need is to make this sort of cage affair, which gives me the opportunity to show you guys, as I said, some different ways of modeling. So I'm going to start off with a simple poly cylinder, and I'm just going to move that and scale it up. Okay, now the exact size doesn't matter at the moment, it's not that important. Let's just get a long cylinder. But because we're going to be sort of deforming this quite heavily, and let me just throw 6 on there, it's going to need some extra subdivisions. So it's got 20 on here, let's give it 60 here. So you can see now if we bend it, it's going to have a lot more geometry to work with. So I just want to go into the top view quickly and get this scaled down. So as I don't want to scale the whole thing, if I use the scale that normally scales just on the y-axis and hold down Control, it will scale the opposite 2 axes. So if you look in this view here, just like so. And I want it maybe about that big. Now, in our reference shot, I created one that was more elaborate than this. So the technique I'm going to show you, you can use as many strands of wire to twist together as you want. I'm going to use 4 in this case. So I'm just going to bring this over, and in fact, before I do that, we're going to use what's called a wire deformer. So I need to put a curve going through the middle of this, excuse me. So let's just come out here a bit and build a curve. Now I'll just use the EP curve tool for this, and I'm going to press X when I put my first point down, which will lock it to the grid, and then I'm going to go and put my point on the top, press X once again, lock it to the grid, hit go, return. So this will give me my curve, and if I look at the control vertex, it's got 1, 2, 3, 4 points on it. So that's not enough. So let's go back to object mode, select the curve, and just go edit curves, rebuild. Now by its default settings, so let's reset, it's set to 4. I'm going to give it 20 spans, hit rebuild, and if I look at the control vertex now, you can see I've got quite a few of them. Well, 20 to be precise, but so that means I've got a nice range of movement on my curve. So now what we need to do is connect the curve and the poly object together, and we can do this with the deformer. So if we just go to create deformers, and if you're not using the hot box, you can find it under the animation menu, create deformers up here. Okay, so create deformers, and what we want is a wire tool. So in order for this to work, you need to click on the piece of geometry you want to affect with the curve, click return, and then click on the curve and click return. You'll see what's happened now if I pop open the outliner is I've got this curved wire base, and if I look under the geometry of this poly object, I've got this thing here that says wire 1. Now let's have a look how tall this thing is. It's sort of 24 units tall. It does look a bit taller than that. So I want my drop-off distance set to at least 24. So let's try 25 to start with. And now if I select my curve and move it, you should see my object moves with it. Okay, which is exactly what I want. That means that if I select the control vertex, some in the middle here, I can do things like this. So this is a very handy technique for doing any sort of pipes, rope, steel wire, stuff like this. It can be extremely useful. You can also animate this deformer, as you can any deformer in Maya, and they're useful for a variety of purposes. But right now we got one wire and we want 4. So rather than going through that process again, I'm just going to grab this, go up to Edit, Duplicate Special. Now let's come in here and reset the tool. Now by default it will just do a standard duplication. I actually want to duplicate the input graph because I want to duplicate everything that's going into this cylinder, which at this point is this curve and this wire deformer saying. So if we come down and put duplicate input graph, okay, and number of copies, well we want 4, so let's do 3 copies, and duplicate special, you'll see that creates 3 of these for me. So I now have polycylinder 1, 2 and 3. So come in and I'm going to use the top view for this. So I'll actually need to go to Window, Outliner, and there we go. So I'll make sure I select all 3. I need the actual geometry, I need the curve and the wire curve here. So now I can pull that out. Let's just get them next to each other. Let's do number 3. Number 3, sorry. I can pull this one down here, and I want them to be fairly close together. And the last one. Okay. So now all of these have that wire deformer on. I mean, if I just take one at random here, just take one at random here and go Control Vertex, select a few in the middle. As you can see, they're all affected by their own individual deformer. What this also means is that I can now apply other deformers to these curves, and they will manipulate the curves, and the curves will manipulate these poly tubes. So let's give that a try. Let's pop open the outliner here. Actually we can't because we've got it popped open down there, so once again, there we go. Alright, and one thing I do like to do, especially if I'm working with a ton of curves, is just grab them all and Control G to group them. That way I can just easily select them anytime I need them. We're going to use a twist deformer now. So create deformers, nonlinear twist. And you'll see that didn't do anything, but it has given us this twist handle. And if we go up here, we'll see twist. So if I start to twist this around, there you go, magic. And I'm going to just flick on viewport 2. I find it better for the tutorial. It's easier to see on the screen because it has some anti-aliasing. And let's just whack on a bit of the old ambient occlusion. So as you can see, if you were creating a steel rope or something like that, this is a great little way to do that. So twist deformer. But we only want the twist to happen in the middle, so this is not really much of a problem. We can change the high bound, which is this thing here. So if I change that, you'll see that move. So what we want is to get that to around the middle of this thing. So I would say maybe 0.4. Okay, and seeing as the high one is at 0.4, the low one will be at minus 0.4. Oops, that's not the low one, that's the start angle, sorry, minus 0.4. There we go, and I can just see that green peeking through there and there. So when I twist now, it'll just twist the middle. Okay, so using these wires basically to control how this geometry twists around is a great little technique if you're trying to model, something that would be very difficult with just inserting edge loops and trying to extrude it yourself. This is just a very easy way of doing that. So let me make this twist a bit less extreme. Let's go for 180. So now we've got sort of this twist happening. Now what we need is to be able to splay this twist out. So once again, we use a different animation deformer. So let's select all these curves, and we'll go to Create Deformers, Lattice. Okay. Now I'm not sure if you can see, but we've got 1 lattice, 2, 3, and 4. That's not enough for us. We need to be able to manipulate this lattice. So let's come into the lattice shape and turn these T divisions, which will be the divisions down here, up to, let's say, 8, and see how we get on with that. Okay, that's given me 2 in the middle. So get a lattice point. Okay, and now I'm going to scale this lattice, which will, because it's connected to our curves, it will scale our curves, and our curves are connected to our geometry, so the whole thing will scale. Now I want to scale on X and Z, so I'm going to hold Control and move Y. Okay, and that gives me the pattern I'm looking for. So if we just go up to Show and Deformers, you can now see this very nice pattern. Now you might think, you might decide that this is, needs narrowing in a bit, at which point we can go to our twist handle and say maybe 0.3 and 0.3 here, which will sort of shove it up a bit. But really, you've got, with these deformers, you have a great degree of control to make sort of complicated objects like this. Okay, so the one I did actually had 9 of these poly cylinders. Sorry, blank for a moment there, but I thought 4. I think it's enough, and it looks quite attractive, I think. So now we've got all this done, what I like to do is just take all these objects by themselves and Control D to duplicate them across. And now I've got a bunch of objects. I can just actually delete these curves. Let's just try and pick them all up. There we go. And now I've got just a standard object without all this deformation history on it. I'm going to select this and Control H. The reason I make a copy is, if I decide later that maybe I could have done something else with this, or, it wasn't quite twisted enough, then I've always got the option to come back to the original one with the deformers still on it. So I'm just going to take this whole object, and I'm actually going to combine it. So let's just go Mesh Combine. Okay, I'm going to center its pivot. There we go. And now I'm just going to rotate it 90 so we can start building the rest of the handle. Whoops, there we go. Alright, and as I said, the reason for the choice of this handle was simply, so I could get to show you guys some deformers in action, because I don't think we'll be doing a lot with them in the rest of the tutorial, but it is, a nice little technique for making complex stuff like this. And obviously, if you wanted to, you could go ahead and make your tubes a little bit fatter before you did this. I kind of like this nice open airy feel it's got, so I'm kind of happy with that. Right, now the rest of the handle. So if we take a look at this at the moment, it actually probably has, it's a bit too long on either end. So first thing I'm going to do is go to Vertex, drop into the 4 view here, and I'm just going to cut, say, here, and let's turn off B for soft selection. So, oops, I actually, wrong mode, face mode. So I'll cut sort of here, and the same on the other side, because we don't want it to get too stretched out that way. Okay, so that's taking care of that. That's just given me my center piece. Now I'm just going to go along and build the rest of the handle, as you saw at the start of the tutorial. So I'll bring up, and in order to make this a bit easier for myself, I'm going to actually snap this to the center of the grid. So let's bring it in, approximately to the center of the grid, and then I can use the top view. I just hit X for grid snap, and now I can snap it to the, was that the center? Nope. Snap it to the center. There we go. Just makes it a bit easier when I bring other objects in. I'm not trying to drag everything from miles. So let's pick up another cube cylinder. Sorry. And what I want to do is just cap this end piece off. A couple of reasons for this is A, it doesn't look very attractive just, sort of floating about there, and B, I'm actually going to use this to build some of the other objects for the handle on. So let's just twist that 90 and let's get it about the right size. I'm not going to be too precise with this, obviously you can take a bit more time. Okay, so I've got sort of a cap on the end of this thing, and I'll attach the rest of the handle to this. So while I'm here, I should have gone in to the channel box when I first created this cylinder and turned subdivision cap to off. Doesn't matter, you can pick it up later, but just before I duplicate it. Okay, so cap that end too. And this will act as our caps for joining the rest of the handle too. Now, I could use another deformer to bend a piece of poly pipe, poly cylinder around. I just want to show you another way, well, just because we can, really. So let's bring in another cylinder here, and let's scale it a little bit up this way. And maybe we want the handle to be slightly broader. So let's just go like so, and push this up here. Now, we're trying to leave room here for a bend. So, make sure you've got enough room to put an angle bend in there. And then Control D and shove this one over here. For the same reason, we need to leave the room for the bend. And then Control D again. And just rotate this. So I just hold J to get the rotation snapping, which I probably said before. And this will be the handle now we are building. So this doesn't need to be quite so long. Okay, and one more, and over here. Alright, now, actually, I've blooming done it again. I've left the subdivision caps on those. You have to excuse me. So I'll just do this real quick. Okay, sorry about that. I just duplicated these back across. So what we need to do now is select all of these components and combine the mesh. Now we'll need to do this because we'll need to select faces on these, and if they're all separate objects, obviously I'm not going to be able to do that. So just mesh, combine. Okay, now let's come in here and select these faces. So this one, shift click this one. And now I want to bridge them. So you can use the marking menus and bridge faces, or you can use the bridge we created on the tool shelf, doesn't matter. Okay, so you see how that's bridged nicely there. So once again, select the faces, and you can just press G this time. So again, faces. And if you're getting more or less divisions than I'm getting, you can always come in, go to the menu, bridge faces. I have 8 divisions on a smooth path. So if you're getting something different, you can just tweak the options to get the same. Okay, last one. So once again, face mode, F11 on the keyboard, and bridge the last one. Now we're starting to get something that looks like a handle. Okay, but this is not very pleasant. So I'd like something to sort of cap it off, a little decorative half sphere around it or something. So if we bring in the polygon menu and let's grab one of these spheres, okay, and let's push it out and scale it up until it's about right to act as a sort of decoration for the end of this. Okay, what I'm going to do now is actually jump into the foreview, and I'm going to rotate the sphere because I want this to be the part that I actually cut out, because I'm going to cut it here and here. So before I do that, I'll just rotate it. Okay, and now I'm going to go into face mode, and I'm just going to cut off these faces there, and the same ones on the other side there. Okay, and that gives me like a ring. Now the thing is that what it is at the moment is just it's not thick enough, so we need to give it some thickness. I mean, I doubt we'll ever zoom in this much, but it's really not that difficult to give it a little thickness. So let's select all the faces, and let's extrude those faces. So okay, and we're just going to click and alright, that's not going to do it. Let's just pull them out. That'll be fine. Alright, so that gives us a little thickness. Now, if we scale it down to the right size, okay, you don't have to be exceptionally precise. And there we go. We got like a prettier sort of cap. In fact, it needs to be a little bigger, just so it's not bisecting so much. There we go. Alright, and that gives us a sort of a pretty cap off point. So let's Control D that across. Just saves us from seeing that ugly join of these 4 wires into this one bigger one. And, you know, just adjust those a tad. Okay, now the other thing I noticed was when we were building this, that this handle here is a little too long. So I can easily fix that. Just select the vertex, come along here and smash it down a bit. Okay, I also want that it tapered. I don't know if you can remember the reference now, but it's tapered up the top here. So let's just come in, select this edge, the main edge, hit B for soft selection, and you want a good bit of soft selection. You know, if we look under ours right now, I could obviously increase it a bit, and I think I actually will increase it just a tad, and then I'll come down here and I'll scale this in. So it'll give me a more tapered look to the handle. Okay, and I think I might have overdone it on the soft selection. Let's just knock it back a bit. There we go. Okay, so I get a more tapered handle. It's just, you know, a bit more attractive than it was before. Let's come in and do the same to this side. Okay. Alright, so, you know, there's my handle taper, and I'm going to put an edge loop here just to stop this squashing together when I squeeze, when I smooth. Alright, so object mode, and let's have a look at those smoothed. Alright, perfect. Now we need to make the, and these are a bit off, but you know, these are normally the little adjustments that I do between the parts. Now we need to come in and we need to make something for this to sit on, by which I mean, you know, it's got to connect it to the drawer somehow. So I'm actually going to do this with a boolean operation. Normally I'd do it another way, but to be honest with you, it's such a small sort of piece on this, and I just like to show you at least one boolean before we're done with this tutorial. So let's grab this J, wrap it around 90 degrees, and let's make it a bit bigger, because this will be what the handle basically sits in while it's on the drawer, you know, the little round thing that it sits in, so you can pull it open and closed. So that seems to be about the right size to me. Oh, perfect. But I would like to cut a hole in it. So in order to do that, I'm just going to duplicate the sphere, Control D, come in, and now I'm going to scale this one back, like so. I'm going to push it in quite a bit. Actually, yeah, that should be enough. Now select this one and this one. It is quite important with the order. And just go Mesh, Booleans, Difference. And that will cut a rather nice hole in it. So now we've got a hole. Actually, I'm going to need to center the pivot on that. We've got a hole we can push sort of our drawer handle into. Okay, and this thing turned out to be a bit big, so let's just scale that back. And there we go. Perfect. So, you know, quite a nifty little use for a quick boolean there to save us sort of cutting the sphere and then extruding the faces backwards, which does take a while. So let's just duplicate this one across over to here. Okay, again it will need to be flipped around. There we go. Perfect. So we're almost there, really. I mean, it looks a lot more complicated than perhaps it is. Well, it is. It does look a lot more complicated than it is. All we need now is the little back plates to fasten it onto. So let's take another sphere. And once again, we'll just scale that up a bit and rotate that round. Okay. So I want to cut some faces off it again, because I don't want to flatten out a whole sphere to use as a back plate. I just want sort of half a sphere. So let's go into the foreview. Let's just focus on that, and that one will do. So face mode, and let's just cut some faces off it. Oops. B to turn off the soft selection. And actually, I want the other set of faces. There we go. There. So just cutting it in half, really. And then I'll take this in object mode and just scale it inwards. So it gives me a sort of flat piece like so. And then just to make it a little more decorative, I'm going to just select some faces around the outside here. So I'm going to take two, and I am going to extrude those inwards. Okay, that's maybe a bit much. No, I should be fine. And then take another run of them. G, extrude them inwards. And another run, maybe here. G, extrude it inwards. Okay, and then when we smooth that, it'll look pretty nifty. Alright, so let's put this where it needs to be. Okay, so that will be sort of the back, and we just need to connect this with a poly pipe. It's pretty simple, really. And you're just going to need to, get it into position and get it the right size, and we are done with this drawer handle. Whoops. And let me organize it in the center of this first. Let's come around the back and have a better look. There we go. So that's centered to that. And then I can just grab the vertex here and push them forwards. Okay, now I could of course combine these objects and join these verts to these ones and get one solid object, but in this case I'll either leave that to an exercise for you, but for me this is good enough. For something this tiny on a drawer that's never going to be seen up close, I really wouldn't spend much more time than this on it. Okay, and there is a completed handle. So I'll just export this. What I'll do before I export it is I'll Control G, I'll just group it. I will center the pivot of that group. I'll come into the outliner. Where is it? So, I might save a working copy of this file, which I sometimes do, so I'll just save the whole file in case I need any of the deformers still active or any of the history. So I'll just save the whole file as, draw and working. There we go, draw hand working. And normally I append files with working when the objects in them have got all the history or all the deforming history, or it's a work file basically. What I'm do when I'm done with that is I simply take this item, edit, delete all by type history, because this is the one I'll use in the scene. So I don't want it coming in with all its history and doodads on it. And I'll call this hand draw tutorial, and then I'll just simply export the handle. So file, export selection, and yeah, handle. So I'll just save over mine. Okay, and we can now open up our chest of drawers number 6 file. Okay, and I'll put this one side by side with the one I made. So here is the one I made earlier, as they say, and import. So let's import this handle. Okay, and there it is. So we go to the outliner so we can select its group, and you'll see it's come in with the same group name we had before. And I've got a feeling it might be a bit too large, so we can scale that back, and let's make it about the same size as the ones I have here. So let's get rid of that one, and let's just push this one into place. So, I made this one with 4 tubes instead of 9. If you want to make it with 9, the principle is exactly the same. In fact, it is exactly the same. You just start off with more tubes. So I'll leave it to you which one you think is nicer. I did have a look at this one, and it's quite cool with 9 tubes, but it is a bit overkill. I think I prefer the simpler one. Anyway, so that's the handle. So we're pretty much done with this piece now. I know I keep saying that, and we keep finding another thing to do. But in the final part, we'll come back. We'll get some test renders of this in the actual room just to check that everything's working right. And we'll do the final cleanup and export and all of that business. It shouldn't take more than 10 minutes for the next part. So I thank you very much for watching. And I hope to see you in the next part. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we went over the construction of these handles, so I've just taken the liberty of placing them around the chest. Also, I built another set just to show you what it would look like if they were a little thicker, and I built a final set just with more strands on it. So I'll include all 3 with the tutorial. They're pretty easy to build, but I thought, as soon as we have them, you can have a look at them and use them in your own projects. Do whatever you want with any of this stuff, really. So before we put this to bed, because as you can see, it's pretty well finished now. Our cabinets are looking rather handsome, I think. There are a couple of little things we need to correct. So I made this trim a little narrower, if you'll remember, which has left us with a slight problem here that our trim is no longer sitting on the leg base. So if we just go to vertex, I can sort that out quite easily just by selecting these vertices here. Whoops. Let's try that again, shall we? Just select these verts, turn off soft selection because we don't need it, and just push it up a little bit so they're kind of sitting on the lip there. Okay, and when I smooth now, you'll see that my leg is pretty unaffected. Alright, so you might need to come in and do a bit of tweaks depending on whether you decided to also scale this a little thinner. And I want to just talk about finishing off this little cupboard that we made, because now we've got no trim, so we're going to have to add that. But also we've got a big gap here, so I want to put, because this is a bedside table, I want to put a little magazine shelf or something on there. So I'm just going to first duplicate this trim and add it to this piece. Let's just get that approximately lined up, and that's about right. So now I've got this trim, but it's still, again, I could do the same trick with selecting these vertex and moving them up, but I actually want to use this to put a magazine shelf on. So as I look at this kind of leg arrangement we've got here, I need a lip for this to sit on. So I can come in, and I think I'd make this trim even maybe a little thinner. Let's just try that and see what it looks like, because this is a very small piece, so I think it would have a smaller piece of trim on it. Okay, and again, it's down to you. I like to create sort of subtle little differences, so these legs here will be a little higher than these because of that shorter shelf. These legs will be, a little different. So just subtle differences between the pieces can really help to sell it sometimes. But I need a lip for these to rest in. So I'm going to insert edge loop, and I'll put one sort of here, and maybe that's a little high up, so I'm just going to press 1 so I'm not seeing the smooth preview. So one sort of there, and actually we've got another one there. So if I go to face mode now and select this face and just bridge across, alright, I get this little lip created. So that's more than enough when we're shooting this piece to make it look like this trim is actually resting on a leg. And if I hit the smooth preview, you can see that's still looking good. Alright, so you'll need to do that all the way around. You know, just give yourself something to rest on. And if you wanted to, you could always have taken the bigger of the faces. So let's just back to object mode. So you can always come in as well and take these inside faces here and just bridge across there as well to give yourself, you know, two pieces to sit on. Now if you wanted to, you could come in and kind of join these vertex together, but really for me, I just want to give the illusion that it would be resting on something, you know, so we don't see it just sort of floating in midair. It's a small detail, but you know, sometimes they're worth adding depending on which angle you shoot the furniture at. Alright, so now quick magazine shelf. So I'm going to start with just a polygon cube. Okay, and I'll just move this roughly into position here, and I'll just scale it up a bit. Okay, it's probably a little thick for a magazine shelf. So if I jump into the 4 view, I'll be able to see this a little better. And that's a little bit too wide. Okay, so let's have a look on the model. So we've got now a little shelf that's resting on this L-shaped cutout here. Perfect. It's still a little too thick. And down a bit. Alright, now that's fine as far as it goes, the little magazine shelf under there, but I'd actually like to get that a bit more decorative. So, you know, and eventually I'll probably end up smoothing it, which if I do right now, will just turn into a big circle. So we need to put in some edge loops to control that smoothing. So just pull that out and insert edge loop. And let's just throw in a few edge loops here to make sure it doesn't smooth into a circle. Let's get one there, and do the same for these sides. Okay, and we should have some edge loops to control the smoothing on the sides here as well. So, okay, so when we smooth this piece now, you'll see it actually smooths nicely. It doesn't turn into a big circle, so that's perfect. But also I want to give this sort of a decorative lip, so I'm going to place an edge loop roughly in the center here. Okay, so roughly about there, and another one. I mean, you can take some time and use the grid to line this up perfectly, but that'll do for me. Then I'm going to select the vertex at the front, hit B for soft selection, and just pull this out. So it creates a nice attractive shape. And again, vertex, and just pull it out. It's just a little more interesting than having just a square underneath the table. Now, another thing I wanted to do with this was cut a bit of a, as we did with the trim, when we cut this sort of decorative edge into it, I want to cut a decorative edge on the top of this. So in order to do that, I'll have to use more edge loops. So let's go edge loop. And let's put one there, and this will be the channel for our trim. Just turn off soft selection because I don't need it. So one there and one approximately there. That's a bit wide. Okay. Actually, I'm just going to have to put that in again. Alright, that'll do. Okay, so now I've got this channel that can be cut around the edge here. So I'm going to jump into face mode and just select those. Actually, it won't let me do it that way, so I'm going to have to do it pain in the backside way. There we go. Okay, now I'm just going to extrude these in, same as we did for the lip here. So yeah, extrude face, and just push them down. Okay, and I'm going to actually probably need to put some more edges in to control the smoothing on that. Let's have a look. Yeah, as you can see, that's just a giant mess. So we now need to put in the edges to control the smoothing so this inner shape doesn't smooth out too much. So once again, insert edge loop tool, and we'll just put sort of one here, one here, one here, one here, and we're going to need some on the outer edge too, so let's make sure we have those. There we go. And did we get one over here? No, we didn't. Alright, now when I smooth, that should be slightly better. Alright, perfect. So now we've got this sort of decorative channel cut in the top as well, which is quite nice, I think. And now we can move this back into position on our little table. There we go. And of course you might want to take some time lining it up perfectly. There. So now we've got a magazine shelf that sits on this little lip. We've got a trim that sits on this little lip. And you know, you can take a bit more time over the placement of all these things. But I kind of like that. Gives another little dimension to our little piece there. Somewhere to shove your you know, book or whatnot when you're in bed. And I'm going to take the top now, and as I think I demonstrated the principle of bowing this top out, which is the same as we've just done with the magazine rack, but let's go ahead and actually do it. So again, very simple, just take the vertex from the front, B for soft selection, and just give it a pull. Okay, so I'm just going to do the front and the sides. The backs of these things are normally straight. And there we go. It just helps to create a more interesting shape than just a square. And now it matches the magazine tray. Alright, so that's pretty much done for these three, you know, slightly different pieces of furniture. You've got your slightly different leg sizes going on, you've got your different heights and your different widths, and in our case, different handles. One last thing I just want to go over before we call this a day is just how I've organized these, because if you look here, I've got my narrow chest of drawers and my long chest of drawers all nicely grouped, and this one actually is grouped in the wrong place now. Okay, let's just pull that out. Alright, so if we look at my group, I've got it into the main body, the trim, the top, the drawers, and the legs. And you notice when we click the drawers, the drawer handles are also selected. This is because the drawer handles are parented to the drawers. Alright, and the reason I've done that is if I quickly go for a shot and I want to pull open a drawer, this way the drawer handles come with the drawers. Okay, so you're not constantly adjusting loads of stuff. So I will show you how I did that. It's actually really simple. Okay, so first things first, let's just group this all together. So select all of its geometry and press Ctrl G. This puts us in a group, and I'm going to call this bedside table. Okay, so now I've got my group, center the pivot. Let's have a look here. We can do it with our tutorial shelf. And if I wanted this pivot at the bottom of this cabinet, which I pretty much do, that means if I need to scale it in the scene at the moment, the legs will end up going through the floor. So just in case, I like to put their pivot point at the bottom. So let's jump into the foreview, and let's just insert to move the pivot, and then X to snap to grid, and let's just move that down to the center there at the bottom. So now if I were to scale, and let's just reselect that group in the big view. So now if I were to scale, you know, it just scales upwards and the legs stay on the floor. It's a little thing, but you know, if you're building these to reuse in scenes, then you know, every little bit of time saving doesn't go amiss. Okay, so now we need to parent the drawer handle together. So what I'm going to do is select this drawer handle here and give it its own group, because it's in different parts at the moment. So Ctrl G to just group that handle together. So handle, and actually we're missing a part. So if you do find you're missing a part, you can just middle mouse drag that into the group. Alright, and then I need to select this drawer. So I'll call it DO1. Actually, no, I won't. Maya didn't like that for some reason. DO1, drawer 01, and I'll select the handle. Then I'll shift select actually control select the drawer, and then just press P, and that will parent the drawer and the handle together. So the handle is the main part of the hierarchy, and underneath, parented to it, is the handle. This way, when I grab the drawer, and I'll have to just center the pivot on that drawer and move it about, the handle comes with it. Okay, so now we've sort of connected the handle and the drawer together, so it will always move together. Alright, so if you look at my sort of narrow chest of drawers, I've actually gone through the trouble of renaming all this stuff, which I previously, I believe I previously said is quite important if you're going to be handing the file off to somebody else. So you might want to take the trouble to do that. Okay, but for right now, we'll just leave it as is. Now, I already went over that I would normally save a working copy, so I would currently save this one as my working copy, and then I would go about exporting these individual pieces for my ArcBiz library. So I just take my chest of drawers here and go File, Export Selection. Now, before I do that, it's important to knock all the history off it. So let's go to Edit, Delete by Type, History. Because when I'm putting my final scene together, I don't want a whole bunch of construction history, clogging it up, using more RAM, making the scene in general slower. So let's just make sure we've got all the history deleted off that. It's in the center of the grid, and then File, Export Selection, and just export that out. I would normally export it out as a Maya binary. So you could then call this long chest or whatever you wanted. Okay. And this way I have a library of sort of a ton of furniture that all has no history on it. It's all perfectly sized and ready to be imported into a new scene. So I think that about does it for this piece of furniture, and we'll be back in the next part to build something else. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Okay, welcome back. In this part, I want to just show you how I made the decorative trim for our cupboard here. The last time you saw this, it was a little plainer. So I've gone along and created some of this kind of decorative molding. Now, as you can see, it's geometry. It's fairly quadded. In fact, it's very quadded. So, you can do this with displacement at render time. Sometimes you actually want the geometry there for texturing purposes and whatnot. And this doesn't actually take that long to create. Now, I also wanted to show you a couple of different Maya plugins. So if we take a look here, I'm going to be using iDisplace, which is a fantastic displacement deformer. I'm also going to be using Soup, which you generally would use for dynamics, but it does have a fantastic smoothing algorithm. So in this part, we're just going to get to grips with how I created these elements, but also it'll give me the opportunity to show you these two quite fabulous plugins. So let's see this first. We'll just create this, and I started off with a simple black and white image. Okay, so all I've done is brought it into Photoshop and just blurred it and smoothed it out a little bit. Okay, you can draw any image you want. You can find many of these kind of black and white vector style images on the internet, and this technique will work with pretty much all of them. Okay, so let's start out with a polygonal plane. So I'm just going to create one of those, and I'll get it to sort of the size that I want it. It's not really too important at the moment. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to overlay the black and white image on this and then use the iDisplace deformer to actually create the geometry. Now, Maya can do this as well, but I'll show you why we don't use it. Let's assign a new material. Let's assign a Lambert, and we want its shading group, so just click for downwards and give it a displacement material. And in this case, I'm going to use that black and white file we saw in Photoshop earlier. Okay, so Vine Inlay, okay, and you won't actually see it on here. It's a displacement material, not a surface shader. So let's just go to Maya and let's give this a bit more geometry. So Maya has something to displace. And let's say we make this kind of 200 by 200. There we go. So, we're dealing with quite a lot of geometry. It can be cleaned up later, and, it's quite a small piece, so it should be fine. And let's just go to Edit. Actually, that would be Modify, Convert, and you'll see Displacement to Polygons. Now, this will attempt to convert that displacement material to polygons, hence the name, I guess. And I'm going to pause the video because Maya does take its time with this. Okay, so Maya finished that. It took about a minute, so not too bad really. And now I'm just going to rotate this around. I'm going to center its pivot, just so we can take a look at that displacement as it comes through. So let's just flip this. And if we click off, you can see Maya did a fairly reasonable job. We can definitely see the pattern there. The normals are all screwed up. So if I just reverse those, we should be able to see this a little better. There we go. Actually, no. So let's find out why this is just not good. I mean, Maya generally doesn't do too good a job on this, so I tend not to use it. But anyway, you can see the pattern is there. It's not too bad. But if I click on it, you'll see this geometry. It's absolutely horrendous. I mean, you just wouldn't want this. It's very difficult to work with. It couldn't really be smoothed. I mean, that's your lot, basically. So, it doesn't do a bad job, but for all intents and purposes, it's pretty unusable. So if we click this off, and instead we use the iDisplace deformer. So I'm going to bring up the hotbox, and under Create Deformers, you'll see iDeform. Now, after you've downloaded and installed this, if you're not seeing that under your Create Deformers, you'll need to actually load the plugins in. So if you just go to Preferences, Plugin Manager, you'll see I've got both Soup and iDeform loaded. You just want to click Browse and tell it where you've installed them. So me, I've put them in Program Files, Autodesk Maya plugins. So you just click this and hit Open, and that will load in the plugin. So if you're not seeing those plugins, you might need to go and load them in. Alright, so Create Deformers, iDeform, iDisplace, right, and you'll see nothing's happened. That's because iDisplace doesn't use the displacement material. You have to go in, find its tab under the geometry you applied it to, and give it a texture. So in our case, once again, we're just going to use that texture file that we saw in Photoshop, so Vine Inlay. Okay, and you'll see that the same thing has happened. Our displacement has gone down. However, with iDisplace, we can come in and just reverse that. So I'll put the scale to say -0.3, and there we go. You'll also notice that iDisplace was a lot faster than Maya. Maya took about a minute, to make any changes, and iDisplace is pretty interactive. Okay, so just find a height that you're happy with. I think about 0.35 will do for me. Might even be a bit high. Again, it comes down to what you're trying to achieve. And what we've got here is much better geometry. Okay, so instead of that completely unworkable, nasty mess that Maya gives you, I now have pretty decent geometry, and it's looking alright. It's not very smooth, but we'll sort that out in a second. Now, if you want a higher resolution, you can always come in under the original polyplane. We can go from 200 to say 400, and you'll get a warning telling you that's a lot of geometry, but that'll be okay. And there you go. I got a much higher res now. Alright, so we need to look at reducing the amount of polygons we've got here. So if I just focus in on this and bring it up, hit 6 for shaded view, I can actually just start to chop a few polygons out. So let's go into face mode. And the point here is not to get stunningly perfect geometry. You want something you can work with, but this is supposed to be a fast process. And as I've said before, you could use even displacement at render time, but this for me is looking pretty good. So I've got a few kind of niggles here, But you know, unless you're going to get sort of here, you're never ever going to see it. And that's what I wanted to use soup for. Now, if I wanted to smooth this even more, you're going to start to run into that problem of you're just going to have too much geometry. I mean, this is fairly high poly. There's nothing we can't work with though. But going any higher than this, it's probably not a good idea. You know, and to start to see a real difference in the smoothing, probably would have to subdivide this 2 or 3 times, and by which point, you know, just too much. So I introduce you to soup. Now, soup is normally used in dynamics. It's got a whole bunch of nodes. Each one of these is a soup node that'll do something. I highly recommend that you look up the soup project and play with the plugin. It's a great plugin. But at the moment, we're just going to use the smooth. So that'll load in a soup smoothment node. And you'll see here, I now have the iDisplace node still on here. So before we go ahead and do anything else, we should probably delete the history on this. Let's just go edit, delete by type, history. Because when you're doing a sort of a CPU intensive operation, as the smooth will be, you don't want it calculating a bunch of history as well. So just remove that history and once again apply the smooth node, which we'll see here. Go under attribute editor, you can see it a bit better, and you'll also find it here. Okay, so it doesn't seem to have done anything. That's because it has no iterations. So let's put the iterations up to 1. You see it's smoothed down? I'll just flick that back so you can see it again. Okay, it's kind of smoothed that down without adding a whole bunch more geometry. So soup is absolutely great for that. You know, if you want to smooth but you don't actually want to subdivide, which is what Maya does, it'll just add more geo to smooth the shape out. Then soup has a wonderful smoothing node, can be used in lots of different circumstances. Okay, so now we have our decorative trim. If I was to do, say, and let's just delete the history on that because we're dragging around this smooth node. And if you smooth, you know, and delete the history, then obviously you won't be able to come in and add more iterations. You will be able to add a new smooth node. So just be aware, get it as smooth as you want it and then delete the history. So edit, delete by type, history. Okay, and let's say I wanted to put sort of a decorative inlay on the top here. So I can now just literally move this up and countersink it into the top. Okay, so let me just focus on that so I can see what I'm doing. And of course it'd be easier if I use the 4 views, but it shouldn't take too much effort. There we go. Okay, so now I can just sort of grab this, and if I wanted, say, a decorative inlay in these corners here, and just down a tad, and let's just use the 4 view for that. There we go. In fact, that's pretty good. Alright, so there you go. There is one decorative inlay that doesn't require displacement at render time. So I'll just assign a new material to this so we can just sort of change the color of it. Have a look. Okay, there you go. One pretty fancy decorative inlay done in just a couple of minutes. So, you know, it's dependent on you. You can do that with displacement. There are reasons why I like not to. I can now kind of independently texture this. You know, I can take it into something like Mari or ZBrush and kind of paint in all sorts of little details, maybe a gold leaf pattern, which would be more difficult with displacement at render time. I would also take this into ZBrush and probably retopologize it. It will allow me to get rid of this big base plate here that I don't actually need. But you know, for a really fast, simple solution to making this sort of molding, there you go. And as you can see, I've used it down here on more complicated shapes. And if I look at this one, you'll see this one is a lot lighter in geometry. So I've just used less subdivisions on the plane. I've also gone in and, you know, made a better job of cleaning up those back faces. But it's not strictly necessary. You know, if you're just looking for a quick, easy way to do complicated molding, to add sort of an extra dimension to your furniture, there it is. Alright, so I will see you in the next part. I hope I've covered something that was of interest to you, and please do, part of this was that I could show you the iDisplace plugin and also Soup. Please do check out those two plugins if you're not familiar with them. They are both excellent. Alright, so thank you very much for watching once again, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. In this part we're going to take a look at modelling these door frames in that have been reused a couple of times in our scene. Let's jump straight into Maya, and I'm going to be working with a couple of image planes. So let's just do this the old-fashioned way. Let's just bring in and let's make them kind of a scale we can work with. The scale is not really important at this point because we're going to be working with image planes. We'll have the right aspect, so you know, as long as we universally scale up, they'll always be the right size. So let's just pop these in like so, and let's move this up 25, then it will be on the surface of the grid. 6 for textured view, assign a new material. Let's come in and we'll just use a Lambert. And I happen to have a front and side view of the door frame we're going to be using, but there's many sort of architectural websites online where you can find this kind of thing. So, or indeed you can just draw your own. So I'm going to Control D to duplicate this, and I'm going to spin it around like so. There we go. And I'm going to assign a new material because obviously we don't want the front image plane on there. And once again, just a file node. And select the side material. I'll make these two materials, two image planes available with the tutorial, of course. Okay, so there we go. Now we just need to line them up. So no need to do anything fancy. You can just line them up by eye. There we go. It also doesn't have to be so accurate either. Alright, so that gives us our basic image planes. Now I'm going to press F here to focus the camera on the selected object. Then I'm going to press 6 and 6, so I got my front and side view in textured mode. I'm also going to need X-ray, otherwise when we start bringing objects in we won't be able to see through them. So we'll kind of obscure our own image plane, thus kind of defeating the purpose of having one. The other thing I want to do is when I'm modeling along here, I don't want to be constantly selecting these. So as we've done before, just go to the layer editor and click this. This will create a new display layer with the currently selected objects and just flick them onto reference. I can also now flick them on and off, which is quite handy. Alright, so polycube, which is our starting point for this particular model. And let's get it lined up in our viewport. So I'm going to start off from here. And let's grab some vertex. And just get them lined up. Now, with this front piece, I'm going to line this up so it's about here. This will allow me to extrude things forward without too many problems, without too many geometry problems. And I'll demonstrate what I mean in a second. So let's just get it on kind of this line. Again, accuracy right now is not stunningly important. Okay, and the first thing we're going to do is extrude downwards, but you know, we need to line up this side as well. Okay, so let's just pull in here, and because this is the main line of the doorway, that's where I'm going to start from. We'll extrude these out later. Okay, I'm going to select these points and just make sure they're at 0 in X. That'll be the dead center. So when I mirror this across, because I'm not going to model both half of the doorways, of course, I have done sometimes, but in this instance I'm just going to model half. Okay, so that gives us our basic starting point. And we come in here, select face mode, select this face. Okay, and now we're going to start extruding downwards. So you can use the tutorial shelf or the marking menu. Okay, and let's do the first extrusion. Should go to about here, G, here, and just keep hitting G, which, as you will know by now, repeats the last command. Okay, G and G, and I think this is where we're going to stop. Let's check the side view. indeed, because this is the long piece. Then we'll need to start going down. This thing you can see here in the image plane is an inner door frame, which we'll add later. But for right now, this is looking pretty good. So we've got the kind of extraction right. Now we need to get the depth. So let's select, let's see which faces we need. We need this one because it's going to come out. And we need this one because it's also going to come out. Okay, and I'm not liking this. There should have been a gap here, so you know you're not always going to get it on the first go. So let's move this up and let's insert an edge loop here. So let's just object mode and insert edge loop tool. And we should have just done a multiple extrusion there, but it's easy enough to fix. Right, so let's work out what faces need selecting. Okay, so this one is staying where it is, this one is moving out, this one is staying where it is, this one is moving out, this one, and this one. So all of these are moving out. Let's get a better look and extrude. And just pull these to the first marker point, like so. So this is lined up with this, and this is lined up with this. Okay, so that's all the faces out to the first point. We no longer need this one. So G, and then we'll just be able to pull these out a little bit like so. Okay, now we don't need this one, so G and pull them out to there. Don't need this one, G, pull them out to here. Don't need this one, G, pull them out to here. The reason we've done the extrusion this way is if we just say grab this face on its own and hit G to extrude it, you know, you can end up with some problems where if I put it to say here, okay, now I've got a face here that's not connected here. I want all my geometry to be connected. As we go through the tutorial, you'll kind of get a feel for it if you're new to modeling in Maya. But for right now, this gives me kind of perfectly connected geometry. Alright, so that's the top of our fireplace done. But if we do put our kind of reference back in, you can see this was slightly curved on the original, this part here. Now we can, of course, just start grabbing some vertex and curving them backwards like so. Okay, so if we view that on our model, we'll see that we've got a slight curved indentation there now. You know, you can go to a lot more trouble with the curvature, of course, but for me, this is a fairly chunky object, so that will do for now. Now, let's get this down part in. So let us insert edge loop, and we want one here where the leg would go down. And now, of course, we have to select this bottom face again, but this time just on here. And let's start doing some extrusions, shall we? So, extrude down to the first marker here, G, here, G, here, and let's continue to go down. Now let me check the side view for what's happening here. Okay, so I'm going to need a part I can kind of push backwards. So G, and I believe the next mark is all the way down here. It is. Alright, then we come to a kind of, let's have a look, a kind of lip, I believe. Yep. So G, extrude, so we can create that lip. G again, keep going down, and we'll need to create this. So G again, once more. And there we go. So this is basically a basic extrusion modeling technique. We're doing the whole thing with an extrusion. We've added one or two edge loops, but predominantly this is just really an extrusion. So let's grab all the faces that need to come out. So this one, kind of, and let's see here. In fact, let's go into the side view. It's a bit easier, just so I can get a look at what I'm making. All right. Perfect. So this one first, let's pull that out, G, and let's get it sort of the same distance as that one up there. And we'll worry about these curves inwards after we've got the main geometry done. Okay, and then we've got a curve downwards here, but that will be fine. We'll need to move this one inwards, which in order to help me create the curve and everything else, I'll actually just put an edge loop in here, because that will stop it deforming all this geometry under there. Select the face, and rather than extrude, I'll just push it backwards. Okay, and that gives me this kind of cut here and this more radical slope here, which is pretty much what I'm looking for. Okay, and maybe that's a little bit too far in. This reference is obviously a bit blurred. It wasn't very high resolution, but not to worry. Okay, now let's grab the bottom. So this face is going to stay where it is. So we can do this extrusion just like so, face, and I'm going to hit extrude. And just pull this one out to here. And the same with this one. I'm going to extrude this one. Okay, I can now grab the vertex on here and just pull them down to create that kind of slope. Okay, to create this rounded shape here, I'm going to bevel, but I'm actually going to take care of that when the piece is whole. So let's have a look at what we've got. And we'll flip on viewport 2 so we can get a better look at this. And just turn on the anti-aliasing and the ambient occlusion. There we go. Alright, so that's looking pretty much like the doorway from our room. There are a couple of things we need to do. Obviously it's far too thin and we only have half of it. Actually at this point we only have a quarter of it. Now, you know, I can also come in and let's go at the side view. Start adjusting these things so they're a little bit more curvy. So select the vertex here. In fact, let's select the front and back ones and push them up. And you can see this gets a nicer curve to it, and down. Whoops. Okay, so I'm just making that not so sharp, I'm making it actually curved. And we'll grab these and push them downwards. Alright, and there's some beveling to be done on this. This one was quite sharp in the reference, so I'm going to leave it. And let's come in here. And we'll need these, just pull them up a bit, and these, pull them down a bit. Which if we focus the camera on there, that creates a much more interesting shape. And that will get more so when we start to bevel. So in fact, if we come here with this one and go to edge mode, just select these two edges and bevel. That will give us, these bevels will help your model sort of catch the light. We'll be dealing with quite a few beveling procedures later on. But for right now, this is kind of good enough for a basic door frame. Okay, now I'm going to mirror it this way. So I'm going to mirror in X and then mirror in -Z. But in order to do that, I need to get rid of any extraneous faces. The last thing you want when you're modeling something like this is two sets of faces. So, you know, when I mirror, I don't want any of this. So let's just grab all of these faces. Alright, that seems like all the back faces. Missed one. Actually missed two. Alright, so we've got no back faces on now. Okay, perfect. And we'll have some on the side. Let's just get rid of those. And I've selected one there by accident. Okay, and I still had one in there selected. There we go. Okay, so that is our basic door frame. There are a couple of bits left. If we look at the reference, you can see this inner portion that goes round. Now we're going to create that now, but first let's take care of the mirroring. So let's select the door frame, okay, and let's just go mesh mirror geometry. Now let's make sure we're going in the right way. So we want to go first of all this way, so that would be Z is here, so that would be negative Z mirror, okay, and obviously our door frame is double-sided. The wall is going to go in the middle, so this is nowhere near thick enough. So if we come and look at this from the side, I can just select all the vertex down this side, and let's make sure I get them all. There we go, and just move this out till it's of, a bit thicker. I'm not going to worry about exact scaling until I get it into the room, because it's not until I get it into the room that I'll know the exact thickness of the walls and whatnot. So let's just get it about right. Okay, select those down there and move this out so it's about the same thickness. Okay, now we have a nice thick door frame that a wall can go in the middle of. Let us now do this inside portion. Okay, so first off, we're going to need to add some edge loops to this. Okay, and actually let's have a look there, because that edge loop should have gone round the whole thing. So something is stopping it. We're going to have to find out what that something is. There must be an unmerged vertex here somewhere. So let's just take the edge loop out, take this off visible, and see if we can find out what's causing that. So there's something here, and I can see it. There's some bad geometry there. Okay, so these ones have become joined, it looks like. Yep, these ones here are joined and these ones here are not. Okay, so this must have happened in the merge over. Let's just check if this is the only error here. So these vertex here have become merged when they should not have been. So let's just undo this to the point where we first mirrored it across, and let's try and figure out why that went the way it did, because it should not have done. Okay, so as you can see here, these are all separate, so they shouldn't have merged in during the mirroring procedure. And it's important to check this when it happens, because I'm going to delete the history of it before I merge it across. I'm also going to just hit mesh cleanup in case there's something we're not seeing. Okay, now let's try to mirror this once more. So mesh mirror geometry, and it's got the merge vertices ticked here, which automatically merges verts. These are obviously too close for its tolerance, so let's just try this once more, and it's merged them. So we can't have that. Actually, we're going to have to go to mirror geometry like so, and we're going to have to untick merge with original. Okay, so now it's created the correct geometry for us. The problem is that now we're going to have to go in and merge these vertices manually. Okay, because if we look at this and we move one, it should be connected together. So there is one trick we can try before we do anything else. We can go to edit mesh merge, and because the tolerance on the edit mesh merge is lower than the tolerance on the mirror, I should now have perfectly merged geometry. Yep, that seems like it. Okay, which means now when I put an edge loop in, insert edge loop, it should go all the way around, and indeed it does, which means that our geometry is good. We've got no unmerged vertices, at least in that part of the mesh, and perfect. Alright, so once again we're going to have to make this a bit wider. Sorry about that little snafu, folks. And let's just take this side, there we go, and make sure we get the bottom ones too. And I'm pulling it out just, by eyeball, as I said before, we're going to need to adjust this to the wall size when we get back into the room. Okay, and now I want to make that inner wall panel that we saw here on the reference plane. Where is it gone? There it is. So you see this has got like an inner wall, which we can take care of very easily now. We'll just use the split poly tool. Now it actually works. Now we've sorted out our geometry problem, and we'll make a little thin slice there, and approximately the same on the other side, little thin slice there. Now I need to go into here and select all of these faces, and make sure you get them all, otherwise you're going to end up in a bit of a mess. Okay, and that seems to be just about everything. Now I'm going to extrude this. I'm going to click on the connection handle to center it, and then I'm just going to extrude downwards like so. Okay, so that gives us, and let's bring our image planes back so we can get a look at how big that should be. Okay, we've got ours a little bit too big, so let's just, oh wait. Okay, obviously my original one wasn't quite square, so let's just scale out this way a bit. There we go. So that's created our inner door frame lip. Now you'll notice that this is kind of bent here. It's not really an issue. We select all the vertex along this side, make sure we've got them all, and we just straighten them up. So set them to 0 in X and they'll just straighten. You can do the same at the bottom should you have a need to, and we do, because I can see that. Let's just turn it off. We've got the same thing happening here. So 0 in Y. Okay, and that actually made our door frame a bit longer, so we would now need to come along, turn back on the reference layer, and because our door frame wasn't central on the grid, but that's okay. Alright, perfect. So there we go, and you would of course need to put another lip on the other side of the door, because how this door frame works is, here is the door frame on side A, then there's a lip and the wall kind of slots in here, and then there's another lip where the wall finishes, and then you turn around and you have door frame B. Okay, that'll make, if that doesn't kind of compute to you, that'll make a lot more sense when we get this in the room and we put the wall in the middle of it. You'll see what we're doing. Okay, so let's just take this and just do the same thing, really. I mean, we could have done these both at the same time, would have saved us a bit of time, but you know, it's not too arduous a task, really. Okay, now we'll mirror this. Sorry, we'll scale this. Let's just put that in the center, give it a scale. Okay, and let's bring back the double view so we can get a look. Whoops. Not so easy actually. Where are we? There we are. Okie dokie, that's kind of working for me. And then it just remains to straighten them up again. So vertex mode and 0 all these out. As I said, it would have been probably easier to do this all at the same time, but okay. So that's kind of created our door frame there. Let's just mirror it over to the other half. So mesh and mirror geometry. There we go. In this case we're in +X mirror. Alright, one thing that won't have happened though is because we don't have merge turned on, we'll have this problem where we're going to get a hole here. Okay, so once again you can go to object mode and you can try a edit mesh, sorry, merge. Alright, and that will have done it. So now if I take this vertex, you'll see there's only one there. Alright, if that doesn't work, you can of course select them and merge them using the tool shelf we created, or just the marking menu, merge vertices. Alright, so there is our door frame. We'll be getting this into our room when we do the final kind of putting the room together. But there you go, pretty simple. And I have just realized I've committed a most grievous of sins. I never extruded these outwards, so if we just take care of that now, my apologies. And again, this is going to be real simple. In fact, I don't need this image plane anymore, so I'll press Ctrl H and okay. So this would have been much easier had we done it when we should have done it, but not such a huge thing. Let's just grab these faces here, press Q to get rid of the move tool. Okay, and let's take a look at the front view. And of course I'm just going to extrude these faces outwards now. So here we go, and I'm just going to extrude to the first point. Then I'm going to unselect these because we don't want to extrude them anymore, and then G to extrude again to the second point, and don't need that one anymore, and G, and out we go to sort of the end point. Okay, so there we go. That's given us the lip on the door frame, which now matches the reference. Obviously you'd have to come in and do the one on the other side. Like I said, that should have been done before we mirrored, but it's not such a big issue. So anyway, I'll see you in the next part, and I hope you found something interesting in this one. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this part, I just want to quickly cover the creation of the proxy objects we'll be using later in Marvelous Designer to create the cloth. Now, because we're going to be simulating this cloth over the top, we want to keep these objects as simple as possible. So compared to some of the stuff we modeled, this will be really easy. One thing we do need to know is dimensions. So I looked up online before I made these, and I've got a couch that's around 2 meters by around 90 centimeters high, 85-90 centimeters high, and the seat is at about 40 centimeters. So this is kind of the general dimensions for a couch. So let's just quickly create a proxy object, which again would just be something for simulation purposes that we can use to drape cloth over. Let's start out with a simple polycube, and I'm going to center this on the grid. So I'm going to put Y to 0.5, which will poke it upwards. Alright, now we need the dimensions for it. So we know that it's around 2 meters long. Oops, and that's not the one we wanted. We want rotate. We don't want rotate, sorry. So now my couch is around 2 meters long. Okay, and I'm going to just eyeball the width. It's going to be around sort of 50 centimeters-ish. So about there, maybe a little thicker. Okay, and as for the height, we know now that we want this to be around 40 centimeters off the floor. Okay, so I'm actually going to have to put this Y to 20 to get that to sit on the grid. Alright, and if I hit shaded view, I can see maybe my couch should be a little bit deeper. Again, you can use exact measurements. I just happen to have looked this up online to know this is anywhere from sort of 50 centimeters to 85 centimeters on the width. Alright, so there's the basic height. Now we need to put the arms and the back on. So I'm just going to insert some edge loops. And again, compared to a lot of the stuff we've done, this is really simple. Okay, so let's jump into face mode. And what we'll do is extrude this one upwards till it hits around 90 centimeters. And we can come back and do a precise measurement later. So that was 40. So we'll look at this to be about 45. And that will give us 85 centimeters. Okay. Now the chair arms. So once again, we'll just extrude these upwards. And that's around 20. That should be about 25. There we go. And I'll type the value in so they're exactly the same height on both sides. Okay. So there's a basic, really simple proxy object of a couch. The problem is that I don't want these sharp edges. So if I smooth, this is going to happen. This is no good. So we're going to have to put in here some control edges to control the smoothing. But before I do that, I want this to be one object, because at the moment, if we were to take, say, this vertex here and move it outwards, you'll see, and as we've seen before, it's not joined together, and we've got two faces together, which is not good. So let's just correct that. Let's start by putting an edge loop in here, approximately the same height. We can then come in and just take these vertex and merge, and once again merge, and just do the same on the other side. And just G to repeat the last command. Okay, and that should be all of those merged in now. Alright, so now when I smooth, it will be a little better. You don't get those large holes in it, but still not great. Okay, so let's just check that this is about the right proportion. And for me, this is maybe a little high off the floor. So let's correct that. Let's just take these vertex here and move them downwards till I get the height I want off the floor. There we go. And then just grab these ones up here. And see, with these proxy objects, they're really nice and easy to kind of reshape, move around, you know. So let's put in some control loops for our smoothing. So one there, and I want quite a big kind of slope. So when I hit 3, I want this to be, you know, fairly rounded, as so. And this obviously is going to need some more control loops, so let's put those in. Whoops, let's extrude, don't want that. Alright, let's just get one here, and let's see here, one here. I mean, this is basically the same as we've done. Looks like we might have an unmerged vert there somewhere. Let's just check that. Yeah, we do. I can see it. So let's merge that up. Okay. And let's just check. Let's just click somewhere else. There we go. No, that's looking pretty merged. Okay. So I must have missed one there somewhere. So back to insert edge loop. Okay, there we go. And we're going to need one here, and one down here, and one down here. Now you'll notice with this proxy object I'm not being too exacting. It's really not necessary. It's just going to have that cloth draped over it. Alright, let's have a look. So there we go, pretty smooth. And you know, obviously if you were going to use this as a high poly model, something you would actually be displaying, you'd take a bit more care. And I've got double faces inside here, so if we have a look inside the piece, I can see some faces that should not be there. So that would need to go, and that doesn't look right to me. No, okay. So finding these can be a bit tricky. There we go. Done. Alright, when we smooth we won't get that nasty pinching now. There you go, it's a little better. It looks like I might have some double faces down there as well. So let's have another look inside the object. And there's one. Nasty and nasty. There we go. Yeah, and as I say, it's not a bad representation of a couch right now. But the thing is that Marvelous Designer is not going to pay any attention to Maya's viewport smoothing. So we're going to have to actually subdivide this. So let's go to 1 and just double check we're happy with it. And I think these arms might be a little bit too high in the sky. So let's just, nice simple object like this. We could just take these vertex here, make sure we got them all, and just shove them down a bit. There we go. Let's just check that smooth's okay. That's fine. Right, the smoothing will just stop the cloth kind of catching on any hard areas. You're not actually going to see this model, so it's not kind of imperative. And let's just go to Edit Mesh, and let's subdivide this Mesh Smooth. Sorry. Okay. That way we get the smoothing, and Marvelous Designer will be able to obey this. Now, as we did with the bed, I'm going to call up the Facer script we've used before. So just Facer in the mailbox here, and I'm going to hit Auto Cleanup, and then I'm going to triangulate. Okay, so now I've got pretty much a very low amount of polygons. Certainly low enough. The less polygons you've got, the faster your simulation is going to go. And unlike traditional modeling where we try and keep everything in quads so the edge loop tools still work, the simulation program is going to convert this to polys anyway. So I rather do it myself and clean up any little errors that might happen during that process. In this case it's fine. So I'm going to duplicate this object. In fact, before I do anything else, I'm just going to duplicate that so I've got the original to work on, and then I'll auto clean up and triangulate. Okay, then I'm going to duplicate this one, move it over, and I'm going to use this as the template for the armchair. So basically I'm just going to go like so. Okay, until I get a size I'm happy with for an armchair. So sort of about there. Okay, and you can tweak these models fairly easily, depending on what you want, but that looks fine for me. That's couch and armchair. Lovely jubbly. Okay, so that gives me my two proxy objects from Marvelous Designer alongside my original. Now, to make our life a bit easier, when we go into Marvelous Designer, we're going to want some animation on these chairs. So I'll get into that in the Marvelous Designer portion. But what I would like to do now is model a cushion. So let's come back to our original chair here. Let's go to polygons, and I need this as a separate piece of geometry. So we'll come up here, and we're just going to make a big cushion. Okay, so I'll just get it to size. Alright, easier like so. Nope, wrong one. And you want to leave a little bit of room at the sides of the settee, and indeed the back as well. Okay, so this is going to act as our cushion. It's actually going to push our cloth downwards in Marvelous Designer, and maybe it's a bit thick. Whoops, object mode. Okay, so that's about right. There we go. Alright, so let's do one copy for this proxied settee, and again it's a bit sharp around the edges, so really simple to fix. Let's just go to whoops, object mode, and the right tool, interactive split, and one there. One there. Okay, so nice and quick. Hit 3 to make sure that's smoothed out alright, and it has. So we'll just do the same with this to create the lowest amount of polys possible, because it won't again won't obey that viewport smoothing. I'm going to have to mesh smooth. Then I'll come in and use the auto cleanup, which gets rid of a lot of geometry, and triangulate. Okay, so that's a nice simple cushion for us there. And then of course just control duplicate across and get it to the right size for this one. So about so and about so. Okay, so in the next parts we'll start to really delve into Marvelous Designer. Um, I mean, these proxy objects, as you've seen, are really simple to model. You can make a variety of different couch shapes, maybe the arms a bit longer, back a bit lower, however you want. It is important to have these as a separate cushion, because when we start with MD, we'll look at exporting out vertex animations from Maya. So basically would start with the cushion up here, put the cloth on in Marvelous Designer, and then have the cushion push the cloth down into place. It's a really nice way of shaping cloth using animations from Maya. So we'll be taking a look at that in a minute. So I hope you found this somewhat useful, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this part, I really just wanted to show you our room all together. So as you can see, I've just taken the liberty of importing the objects we created into here, and I've just basically placed them around the room. Now, there's the door frame we used, and a couple of things. I have added some extra detail into this, but it's literally just a poly tube that I've just pushed into the door frame to give us this sort of more interesting look. So that was literally just 4 poly tubes on this side and 4 on this side. I've then taken the door frame for these back doors and just cut it in half. So I'm only using half the frame, because with this one on the wall here, you'll see we've got a front and a back to our door frame. And for this one and this one, that wasn't necessary, so I've literally taken it, cut it in half. Now the other things are as we left them in the tutorial. So here's our kind of chest of drawers here with that nice detailing we put on, the handles we created. And the same with our bed here, it's just the bed and our bed proxy object we'll have in there. So let's unhide that. So there's the proxy bed we created. There's the little bedside table, the wall panels, the skirting boards, the chair rail, the picture rail, and the coving. So everything's kind of been placed neatly in the room. Now, there was no big secret to how I did that. It just takes a little bit of time to line all your objects up and scale them correctly. The other thing you'll notice is these doors are new, and we didn't actually go to the process of creating them. But they are extremely simple objects. Basically, it's just a cube that's been beveled, duplicated to create this lattice, and then it's a larger cube that I've just extruded inwards to get this shape, and then deleted the face out the center. The reason I didn't bother to go through the modeling process of these is because these are really not that essential to the shot. They're more for casting shadows. If I bring up a quick render here, you'll see these shadows on the floor that are cast by this. So that's more what they were for. And you'll see I took the liberty of putting a little bit of cloth on our couch, which we'll cover in greater detail next time. I also took some time to render out some turntables of some of the models we've created. So I'll just flip open Nuke here, and I'll just play these round. And as you can see, these actually got a very nice solid look to them, and this is nothing special. It's just a standard ambient occlusion render. So I'll flick on to the little bedside table. Same thing, it's a very nice solid looking model. Those bevels that I kept banging on about really worked out for us. They make the piece look very solid, very real, as opposed to a little bit less CG. And these little side details here were created in exactly the same way as these, and the same with these leaves. They were created in the same way we created these patterns. So there you can see again one of the types of handles that we had, and there's one of the other types. So these ones were just a little thicker. So we did create some very solid furniture, very solid looking furniture. And our room overall looks pretty nice. It's got all the elements that you need in it, and we created a lot of reusable stuff, like all this coving and door frames and stuff can be reused, as can the cabinets and the beds and everything else. So you should get quite a bit out of this. Now I'm gonna just pause this here. I mean, really, that's all I did to complete this scene. So we went from the basic room, and I've just literally placed the objects into it. You know, the only thing that's been done off camera really is these back doors, which are quite simple. So I just wanted to show you that, what it actually looked like when you placed everything in the room, and I'll make this scene available for download with a tutorial so you can kind of dissect it at your leisure. And please feel free to reuse any of my objects if you perhaps didn't follow along to create everything in here. And I'm going to be back in a second with the Marvelous Designer portion of this, so I hope you join me for that, and we'll look at making some, you know, great cloth items like this couch, and also all the cloth work for the bed and the other cloth bits and pieces like the curtains. So I hope you've taken something from this tutorial, and hopefully I'll see you in the Marvelous Designer parts. Thank you very much for watching.